The Art of the Byzantine Empire, Spiritual and Artistic Achievements, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Byzantine Art and Spirituality. The Byzantine Empire, which emerged from the eastern portion of the Roman Empire after its division in the 4th century, was a civilization deeply rooted in both spiritual and artistic traditions. At its core, Byzantine culture was shaped by Christianity, which became the defining force behind its artistic expressions. Unlike the naturalistic approach of classical Greco-Roman art, Byzantine art sought to convey the divine, emphasizing spiritual truths over physical realism. This shift was not merely an aesthetic choice, but a theological one, as Byzantine artists aimed to create works that inspired devotion and reflected the sacred. One of the most significant aspects of Byzantine artistic expression was its connection to religious doctrine. Art was not merely decorative, but served a didactic purpose, teaching Christian narratives to a largely illiterate population. Icons, mosaics, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts became tools for spiritual instruction, helping the faithful contemplate the mysteries of faith. The development of a distinct Byzantine style, characterized by elongated figures, stylized drapery, and the use of gold backgrounds, was a conscious effort to separate the sacred from the mundane. This otherworldly aesthetic reflected the belief that art should act as a window into the divine realm. Byzantine artists inherited many techniques from their Roman predecessors, but transformed them to fit their new spiritual focus. The use of perspective, natural proportions, and movement, which had been central to Greco-Roman traditions, was largely abandoned in favor of symbolic representation. Faces in Byzantine art often appear solemn and serene, meant to evoke a sense of divine presence rather than human emotion. The emphasis on frontality and lack of depth in compositions reinforced the timeless and spiritual nature of the subjects depicted. Theological debates also played a crucial role in shaping Byzantine art, particularly during the iconoclastic controversy of the 8th and 9th centuries. This period saw intense disputes over the use of religious images, with some factions arguing that icons encouraged idolatry. The eventual triumph of the pro-icon faction solidified the role of religious imagery in Orthodox Christianity, leading to the flourishing of iconography as a central element of Byzantine spirituality. Byzantine art extended beyond churches and religious settings, influencing architecture, courtly life, and even daily objects. From the grand domes of the Hagia Sophia to the intricate designs of imperial regalia, the empire's artistic achievements reflected a culture that saw beauty as a means of glorifying God. The fusion of faith and artistry in Byzantine culture not only defined its visual legacy, but also left a lasting impact on Eastern Orthodox traditions and the broader history of art. The origins of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire traces its origins to the late Roman Empire, emerging as its eastern half endured while the western half fell into decline. The foundation for this transformation was laid by Emperor Constantine the Great in 330 CE, when he established Constantinople as the new capital of the Roman Empire. Built on the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, Constantinople was strategically positioned between Europe and Asia, allowing it to control key trade routes and maintain political and military dominance. This new imperial center quickly became the heart of a distinct civilization that blended Roman governance, Greek culture, and Christian spirituality. While the empire initially considered itself a continuation of Rome, significant changes soon set it apart. The Greek language gradually replaced Latin as the primary administrative and cultural language, reinforcing the region's historical connections to Hellenistic traditions. Additionally, Christianity played an increasingly central role in shaping Byzantine identity. In 313 CE, Constantine's Edict of Milan legalized Christianity, and by the late 4th century, Emperor Theodosius I had made it the official state religion. This integration of church and state would define the empire's governance and cultural development for centuries to come. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE marked a critical turning point. As Germanic tribes overran Rome and its provinces, Constantinople remained a stronghold of Roman law, administration, and military organization. The Eastern Roman Empire, which historians later referred to as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive, preserving classical knowledge and fostering new artistic, theological, and architectural innovations. Under Emperor Justinian I, R. 527 to 565, the empire reached its height, with ambitious military campaigns reclaiming lost Western territories and legal reforms culminating in the creation of the Corpus Juris Civilis, or Justinian Code, which influenced legal systems for centuries. Despite its military successes, the Byzantine Empire faced constant challenges, including external threats from the Persians, Arabs, and later, the rising power of the Ottoman Turks. Internally, religious controversies such as the iconoclastic controversy and disputes between church and state created periods of instability. However, the empire's resilience was remarkable, supported by its strong economy, advanced military strategies, and the unifying force of Orthodox Christianity. Over time, Byzantium evolved into a distinct entity, no longer merely the eastern half of Rome, but a civilization with its own unique identity. Its legacy extended beyond politics and military power, shaping medieval Europe, the Islamic world, and Orthodox Christian traditions. Though the empire ultimately fell to the Ottomans in 1453, its cultural and artistic achievements continue to influence the modern world. The role of Christianity in art. Christianity played a fundamental role in shaping the art of the Byzantine Empire, transforming it from the naturalistic traditions of the classical world into a medium of spiritual expression. Unlike Greco-Roman art, which focused on humanism and the physical form, Byzantine art sought to convey divine truth, guiding the faithful toward deeper spiritual understanding. Every artistic creation, whether an icon, mosaic, fresco, or illuminated manuscript, was intended not just as an aesthetic achievement, but as a theological statement that reflected the core beliefs of Orthodox Christianity. From the early days of the Byzantine Empire, Christian art served as a powerful tool for religious instruction. In a society where much of the population was illiterate, visual representations of biblical events, saints, and theological concepts helped communicate the faith. Churches were adorned with elaborate mosaics and frescoes depicting scenes from the Gospels, the lives of saints, and the heavenly realm, offering believers a glimpse of the divine. The imagery was carefully designed to reinforce Christian teachings, with figures often stylized to emphasize their spiritual rather than earthly nature. Gold backgrounds, elongated proportions, and solemn expressions created a sense of sacred presence, lifting the viewer's mind toward contemplation. Icons became one of the most distinctive and significant forms of Byzantine Christian art. These sacred images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints were not mere portraits, but were believed to be windows into the divine. Orthodox theology taught that veneration of icons facilitated a direct connection between the viewer and the holy figures depicted. However, this belief led to the iconoclastic controversy in the 8th and 9th centuries, during which religious images were condemned as idolatrous and many were destroyed. The eventual victory of the pro-icon movement reaffirmed the importance of sacred imagery, solidifying the role of icons in Orthodox worship. Christian influence extended beyond two-dimensional art into architecture, with church design reflecting theological principles. The most famous example, the Hagia Sophia, combined grand domes and intricate mosaics to create a space that embodied the majesty of God. The layout of Byzantine churches followed a central plan, often with a dome symbolizing the heavens, reinforcing the idea that worship was an encounter with the divine. Byzantine art was not simply decoration. It was a visual manifestation of faith. Every detail, from the posture of a saint to the placement of an altar, was imbued with theological meaning. Through its art, Christianity shaped the identity of the Byzantine Empire, ensuring that its spiritual and artistic achievements would leave a lasting legacy in the Orthodox world and beyond. Influence of Roman and Greek traditions. The art and culture of the Byzantine Empire were deeply influenced by both Roman and Greek traditions, blending elements from these two great civilizations to create a distinctive and enduring artistic legacy. While politically and legally a continuation of the Roman Empire, Byzantium also inherited the intellectual and artistic heritage of ancient Greece, shaping its unique aesthetic and cultural identity. This fusion of influences allowed Byzantine art to evolve into a style that was both a preservation of the past and a new expression of Christian spirituality. From the Romans, the Byzantines inherited their architectural engineering, administrative structures, and artistic techniques. The grand scale and ambition of Roman architecture were reflected in Byzantine constructions, particularly in monumental churches such as the Hagia Sophia. The use of domes, arches, and vaulted ceilings in Byzantine architecture originated in Roman building practices, but the Byzantines adapted these elements to serve a new purpose, creating sacred spaces that embodied the majesty of God. Mosaics, which had been used extensively in Roman villas and public buildings, became a central artistic feature of Byzantine churches, transforming walls and ceilings into shimmering depictions of biblical scenes and holy figures. The influence of Greek traditions was equally significant, particularly in the realm of philosophy, literature, and artistic ideals. Byzantine scholars preserved and studied the works of ancient Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle, integrating their ideas into Christian theology. In art, the Greek emphasis on idealized forms and harmonious proportions persisted, but with modifications to align with spiritual rather than naturalistic goals. Unlike classical Greek sculptures that celebrated the human body's perfection, Byzantine figures became more stylized, emphasizing spirituality over physical realism. The result was an art form that retained the elegance of Greek aesthetics while serving the religious function of directing the viewer's focus toward divine truths. Greek artistic traditions also influenced Byzantine iconography, particularly in the depiction of drapery, facial expressions, and compositional balance. The classical techniques of shading and perspective were simplified, as Byzantine artists moved away from three-dimensional representation to create flat, symbolic images that conveyed theological meaning. This shift reflected the empire's transition from a secular Greco-Roman worldview to one centered on Orthodox Christianity. The Byzantine Empire was, in many ways, a bridge between antiquity and the medieval world, preserving the artistic and intellectual achievements of Rome and Greece while developing its own distinct traditions. By blending these influences with Christian themes, Byzantium created a lasting artistic and cultural legacy that would shape Orthodox Christian art and influence the Renaissance centuries later. Theological foundations of Byzantine aesthetics. The theological foundations of Byzantine aesthetics were rooted in the belief that art should reflect and communicate the divine, serving as a bridge between the human and the spiritual. Unlike Western art, which often focused on the human experience in its full complexity, Byzantine art was primarily concerned with conveying theological truths through symbolic representations. Central to this approach was the notion that art was not an end in itself, but a means to elevate the soul and draw the viewer closer to God. This belief influenced the entire artistic practice in Byzantium, shaping its visual language, themes, and techniques. A fundamental theological principle of Byzantine aesthetics was the idea of the incarnation, the belief that Christ, as both fully divine and fully human, bridged the gap between heaven and earth. This dual nature of Christ was reflected in Byzantine art, where the divine was depicted in a manner that was transcendent, yet the human aspects of Christ and the saints were portrayed with reverence and awe. The icon, a central element of Byzantine art, was particularly significant in expressing this dual nature. Icons were not meant to be exact physical representations, but rather symbolic depictions that allowed the faithful to experience the presence of the holy figure in a spiritual manner. The idea was that by venerating these icons, the viewer could partake in the divine grace that the image represented. Byzantine theology also emphasized the eternal and unchanging nature of God, which was reflected in the static, timeless quality of Byzantine art. Figures in Byzantine paintings and mosaics are often shown in front-facing poses with solemn expressions and elongated forms. These features were meant to suggest the eternal nature of the divine, disconnected from the fleeting, temporal world. The use of gold backgrounds in icons and mosaics symbolized the unearthly realm, reinforcing the idea that the subjects depicted were not bound by the material world, but existed in a realm of spiritual purity. The use of light in Byzantine art had strong theological significance as well. Gold leaf, a common material in both icons and mosaics, represented the divine light of God, illuminating the spiritual truth that was conveyed through the image. This divine light was central to the theology of the Byzantine Empire, symbolizing the illumination of the soul through the grace of God. Overall, Byzantine aesthetics were deeply intertwined with Christian theology, and every artistic decision was made with the goal of bringing the viewer closer to the divine. Through its focus on symbolic imagery, divine light, and the eternal nature of God, Byzantine art remained an enduring tool of spiritual instruction and devotion. The evolution of artistic styles. The artistic styles of the Byzantine Empire evolved over time, reflecting shifts in religious thought, political circumstances, and cultural influences. While rooted in the classical traditions of Rome and Greece, Byzantine art gradually moved away from naturalism, developing a distinctive style focused on spiritual symbolism rather than physical realism. This transformation unfolded over several centuries, shaped by theological debates, imperial patronage, and interactions with neighboring civilizations. In the early Byzantine period, 4th to 7th centuries, the artistic style retained strong classical influences. Figures in mosaics and paintings displayed some degree of naturalism, with soft modeling, shading, and an attempt at depth. However, there was already a shift toward frontality and abstraction, as artists sought to emphasize spiritual presence rather than earthly realism. Architecture during this time, particularly under Emperor Justinian I, saw the construction of monumental churches such as the Hagia Sophia, where massive domes and intricate mosaics created an overwhelming sense of divine majesty. The Middle Byzantine period, 8th to 12th centuries, was marked by the iconoclastic controversy, a theological and political struggle over the use of religious images. The destruction of icons during this period led to a temporary halt in figural representation, but after the restoration of icons in 843, Byzantine art experienced a revival. Artistic styles became more refined, with a greater emphasis on elongation, stylized drapery, and intricate detailing. Icons flourished, becoming central to Orthodox devotion, and mosaics adorned churches with depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, rendered in a symbolic and hieratic style. During the late Byzantine period, 13th to 15th centuries, the empire faced political decline, yet its artistic traditions continued to flourish. This era saw a return to more expressive and dynamic compositions, influenced by both Western European art and the artistic traditions of neighboring Slavic and Islamic cultures. The Paleologan Renaissance, a cultural revival under the Paleologos dynasty, brought renewed interest in classical themes, softer forms, and a greater sense of movement within compositions. Frescoes and icons from this period display a heightened emotional depth with more naturalistic facial expressions and gestures, though still adhering to the overall Byzantine aesthetic of spiritual idealism. Despite the fall of Constantinople in 1453, Byzantine artistic styles endured, influencing Orthodox Christian art in Russia, the Balkans, and beyond. The evolution of Byzantine art, from its early classical influences to its final expressions of spiritual refinement, left a lasting impact on religious iconography and architectural traditions. Its legacy remains evident in Eastern Orthodox churches and continues to inspire sacred art today. Chapter 2: Iconography and Religious Imagery. Iconography and religious imagery played a central role in Byzantine art, serving as powerful tools for devotion, theological instruction, and spiritual contemplation. Unlike secular art, which often focused on human achievements and naturalism, Byzantine religious imagery was designed to transcend the material world, guiding the viewer toward divine truths. Icons, mosaics, frescoes, and illuminated manuscripts became the primary means of expressing and reinforcing Orthodox Christian beliefs, with each image carefully crafted to reflect the sacred rather than the earthly. Icons, in particular, held a special place in Byzantine spirituality. These sacred images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints were not merely artistic representations, but were believed to be conduits of divine presence. Orthodox theology maintained that venerating an icon was not an act of worship directed at the physical image itself, but rather a way of honoring the holy figure depicted. This belief led to the widespread production and use of icons in both public and private worship, with many believers attributing miraculous properties to specific images. Icons were often painted on wooden panels using tempera and gold leaf, creating luminous surfaces that enhanced their ethereal quality. The importance of religious imagery, however, was not without controversy. The iconoclastic controversy, which lasted from the 8th to the 9th centuries, arose from concerns that icons encouraged idolatry. Iconoclasts who opposed religious imagery called for the destruction of icons and other sacred representations, arguing that only the cross should be venerated. This led to the widespread removal and destruction of religious images in churches and monasteries. The eventual triumph of the pro-icon faction in 8843, celebrated as the Triumph of Orthodoxy, reaffirmed the legitimacy of icons in Orthodox Christianity and ushered in a renewed period of artistic flourishing. Mosaics and frescoes also played a significant role in conveying religious themes within Byzantine churches. These artworks were not merely decorative, but were designed to create an immersive spiritual experience. Mosaics, often set against shimmering gold backgrounds, depicted Christ enthroned, the Virgin Mary, and various biblical scenes, reinforcing the sacred atmosphere of Byzantine places of worship. Frescoes, painted directly onto church walls, allowed for larger narrative compositions, often illustrating key moments from the life of Christ or the saints. Byzantine religious imagery followed strict conventions, with every gesture, color, and composition carrying symbolic meaning. The solemn expressions, elongated figures, and frontal poses seen in Byzantine icons were intentional choices meant to emphasize the spiritual nature of the subjects rather than their earthly existence. This visual language, developed over centuries, became one of the most enduring aspects of Byzantine culture, continuing to influence Orthodox Christian art long after the fall of the empire. The meaning and purpose of icons. Icons held a central place in Byzantine religious life, serving as visual representations of sacred figures and spiritual truths. Unlike ordinary artwork, icons were believed to possess a divine presence, acting as windows into the heavenly realm. More than just religious paintings, they were instruments of prayer, contemplation, and devotion, connecting the faithful with the divine. The Orthodox Christian tradition viewed icons not as mere decorations, but as essential elements of worship, reflecting theological principles and reinforcing spiritual teachings. The meaning of icons was deeply rooted in the doctrine of the Incarnation, the belief that Christ took on human form. Because God revealed himself in a physical body through Jesus Christ, it was considered acceptable and even necessary to depict him in visual form. Icons of Christ emphasized both his divinity and humanity, with specific artistic conventions ensuring that these images conveyed theological truths. The same principle applied to depictions of the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels, whose images reminded believers of their intercessory role in the spiritual life of the church. The purpose of icons extended beyond mere representation. They were objects of veneration and conduits of divine grace. Orthodox Christians did not worship icons themselves, but honored them as sacred tools that facilitated communication with the holy figures depicted. This veneration was based on the belief that the essence of the saint or divine figure was mystically present in the image, allowing believers to form a spiritual connection through prayer. Many icons were believed to have miraculous properties, with stories of healing and divine intervention associated with specific images. Icons were also integral to church interiors, forming a crucial part of Byzantine liturgical spaces. The iconostasis, a screen covered with icons, separated the sanctuary from the nave in Orthodox churches, symbolizing the boundary between the earthly and heavenly realms. Icons adorned church walls, ceilings, and domes, creating an immersive environment that guided worshipers toward contemplation of divine mysteries. The gold backgrounds commonly used in icons and mosaics were not merely decorative, but symbolized the eternal light of heaven, reinforcing the idea that icons were glimpses of the divine. The strict artistic conventions that governed iconography ensured consistency and adherence to tradition. Unlike Western Renaissance art, which embraced individual artistic interpretation and naturalism, Byzantine icons followed a set of established principles. Figures were depicted in a stylized manner, with elongated proportions, solemn expressions, and frontal poses that conveyed a sense of timeless spirituality. Every color, gesture, and element carried symbolic meaning, reinforcing the theological message of the image. Icons were not just a product of Byzantine culture, but a defining feature of Orthodox Christianity. Their meaning and purpose extended far beyond artistic expression, serving as sacred instruments that shaped religious life, deepened devotion, and connected the earthly realm with the divine. The theology of image making. The theology of image making in the Byzantine tradition was deeply intertwined with Orthodox Christian beliefs about the nature of God, the incarnation, and the role of sacred art in worship. Unlike Western artistic traditions that evolved toward naturalism and individual expression, Byzantine iconography remained strictly governed by theological principles. Icons were not merely works of art, but sacred representations that conveyed spiritual truths and facilitated divine encounters. Their creation followed a structured set of guidelines, ensuring that they remained faithful to the teachings of the Church. At the heart of Byzantine image-making was the doctrine of the Incarnation, the belief that God became human in the person of Jesus Christ. This theological foundation provided the justification for depicting Christ and other holy figures in visual form. Since God had taken on physical form and was seen by his followers, it was considered appropriate to represent him in icons. This argument became especially important during the iconoclastic controversy of the 8th and 9th centuries, when opponents of religious imagery claimed that depicting Christ was a violation of the Second Commandment's prohibition against idolatry. The defenders of icons, particularly St. John of Damascus, argued that because Christ entered the material world, he could be depicted in material form. The act of image making itself was considered a sacred process, not merely a creative endeavor. Iconographers followed strict traditions in both artistic technique and spiritual preparation. Many artists viewed their work as a form of devotion and engaged in fasting and prayer before beginning an icon. Unlike secular artists, who often sought personal expression, Byzantine iconographers adhered to established prototypes to ensure theological accuracy. The goal was not to create a realistic likeness, but to convey a deeper spiritual truth. The stylized features, elongated figures, and golden backgrounds found in Byzantine icons reflected this goal, emphasizing the divine and eternal nature of the subjects rather than their earthly appearance. Icons were also understood to be more than just representations. They were believed to carry the presence of the figures depicted. This belief gave rise to the practice of veneration, in which the faithful would bow before, kiss, and light candles near icons as acts of reverence. However, Byzantine theologians carefully distinguished veneration from worship. While God alone was worshipped, icons were honored as sacred tools that facilitated a connection between the earthly and heavenly realms. Ultimately, the theology of image-making in Byzantium affirmed the idea that sacred art was an extension of divine revelation. Through icons, the faithful could glimpse the spiritual world, reinforcing the presence of the divine in daily life. This theology ensured that Byzantine art remained deeply symbolic, spiritually meaningful, and an essential component of Orthodox Christian worship. Techniques in icon painting. The techniques used in Byzantine icon painting were highly specialized and governed by strict traditions to ensure that the resulting images conveyed theological truths rather than personal artistic interpretation. Iconography was not simply an artistic practice, but a spiritual discipline, and each step in the creation of an icon was considered an act of devotion. The process involved intricate procedures and specific materials, many of which were symbolic and intended to reflect the sacred nature of the subject. The first stage of icon painting was the preparation of the wooden panel, which often served as the base for the icon. The surface was meticulously prepared with several layers of gesso, a mixture of chalk and glue, to create a smooth and even texture. The iconographer would then sketch the image onto the surface, often using a charcoal outline to mark the composition. These sketches followed established formulas and iconographic traditions, ensuring that the proportions, poses, and symbolism were consistent with Orthodox teachings. After the initial sketching, the iconographer would begin applying gold leaf to the background and certain elements of the icon. Gold leaf was used to represent the divine light of God and to symbolize the heavenly realm. The shimmering, otherworldly effect of the gold conveyed the spiritual nature of the figures depicted, setting them apart from the earthly realm. Gold was not merely decorative, but carried a deep theological meaning, embodying the eternal light of God that illuminated the spiritual world. The painting itself was done using natural pigments mixed with egg tempera, a technique in which egg yolk was used as the binding medium. The egg tempera method allowed the iconographer to achieve brilliant colors that could last for centuries. Layer upon layer of paint was applied, with each layer carefully dried before the next was added. This technique gave the icon its luminous quality, as the thin layers of pigment built up a deep richness in color and texture. The color palette used in icon painting was also highly symbolic. The color blue, for instance, was often reserved for the Virgin Mary to represent her heavenly purity, while red signified divine power and authority. Once the figure was painted, the final steps included adding details such as the eyes and facial features. In Byzantine icons, the eyes were often the last elements to be completed, as they were seen as the window to the soul. The iconographer would finish the work by applying varnish to protect the surface and enhance the vibrancy of the colors. The techniques in icon painting were not simply a matter of artistic skill, but were an expression of the deeper theological and spiritual significance of the image. The careful preparation of materials, the adherence to established conventions, and the use of symbolic colors all contributed to making the icon a conduit of divine presence, ensuring that it was both a work of art and a sacred object of veneration. Famous Byzantine icons and their impact. Famous Byzantine icons played a pivotal role in shaping the visual culture of the Eastern Orthodox Church and had a profound influence on the spiritual and artistic traditions of subsequent cultures. These icons were not only highly revered objects of veneration, but also vital to the theological and liturgical practices of Byzantine Christians. Through their symbolic power and the belief that they carried the divine presence of the holy figures they depicted, these icons transcended mere artistic expression and became conduits of spiritual grace. One of the most famous Byzantine icons is the Hodegetria, a representation of the Virgin Mary holding the Christ child, often portrayed with a gesture of pointing toward her son, emphasizing her role as the guide to salvation. This icon became widely known and influential, spreading throughout the Byzantine Empire and beyond, and was venerated as a powerful symbol of divine protection and intercession. The Hodegetria had a significant impact on the development of Marian iconography, influencing depictions of the Virgin in both the Byzantine and Slavic traditions. Another renowned icon is the Christ Pantocrator, often seen in the domes of Byzantine churches. Depicting Christ as the ruler of the universe, with a stern yet compassionate expression, the Christ Pantocrator became a central symbol of Byzantine art and theology. This image reinforced Christ's dual nature as both divine and human, and served as a reminder of his sovereign authority over all creation. The iconic representation of Christ in the Pantocrator style influenced later Eastern Orthodox iconography and was adopted in churches across the Orthodox world, from the Balkans to Russia. The Theotokos of Vladimir, considered one of the most revered and powerful icons in the Orthodox tradition, was another influential image. This icon of the Virgin Mary holding the Christ child with a tender gaze became a symbol of maternal love and divine protection. It is associated with several miracles, which contributed to its widespread veneration and made it an icon of national importance for Russia, especially after it was brought to Kiev in the 12th century. Its impact can be seen in how it inspired similar depictions of Mary in the Slavic world. Icons such as the Sinai Christ and the Elusa, Tenderness, also had a lasting influence, shaping the iconographic traditions of the Byzantine Empire and inspiring generations of artists across Orthodox lands. These icons communicated not only religious teachings, but also the deep spirituality and emotional depth of the figures they depicted. Through their simplicity, emotional resonance, and theological power, these famous Byzantine icons contributed to the enduring legacy of Byzantine art. They help define the visual language of Orthodox Christianity and continue to inspire and guide worshipers and artists today. The reverence for these icons and their profound theological impact continues to be felt as they serve as models for Orthodox Christian iconographers around the world. The Iconoclastic Controversy. The Iconoclastic Controversy, a pivotal event in Byzantine history, revolved around the use and veneration of religious icons in the Byzantine Empire. Spanning much of the 8th and 9th centuries, the controversy divided the empire into factions, with one side defending the use of icons and the other vehemently opposing them. At its core, the dispute centered on theological interpretations of the Second Commandment, which forbids the worship of idols, leading to fierce debates about the nature of sacred images and their place in Christian worship. The controversy began during the reign of Emperor Leo III in the early 8th century, who initiated a series of decrees against icons. Leo III, motivated in part by a desire to appease Islamic neighbors, who forbade the use of images, and also by a concern for religious purity, argued that the veneration of icons violated the commandment against idolatry. He ordered the destruction of icons and the removal of religious images from churches, leading to widespread iconoclasm, particularly in Constantinople. This imperial decree sparked widespread opposition from both the clergy and the general population, who saw icons as essential to their religious practices. The iconoclasts, as those opposed to icons came to be known, argued that icons were not merely tools for religious devotion, but were, in their view, objects of idol worship. They believed that the veneration of icons distracted from the worship of God and was a form of blasphemy. In contrast, the iconophiles, or defenders of icons, argued that images were necessary for conveying theological truths, especially the Incarnation, which made Christ visible and tangible to humanity. Iconophiles maintained that venerating icons did not equate to worshiping the image itself, but rather honored the sacred figure depicted. The controversy led to violent conflict, with several emperors, including Leo III's successor, Constantine V, actively promoting iconoclasm, while various church leaders and monastic communities strongly defended the use of icons. Theological debates intensified, with figures such as Saint John of Damascus emerging as key defenders of icon veneration. His writings argued that icons were essential to the Christian faith because Christ's incarnation allowed for the depiction of the divine in visible form. The dispute was temporarily settled in 787 at the Second Council of Nicaea, which declared that the veneration of icons was legitimate and restored the use of religious images in the Church. However, the issue flared up again in the 9th century under the reign of Leo V, resulting in a second period of iconoclasm. The final resolution came in 843 when Empress Theodora reinstated the veneration of icons, marking the end of the iconoclastic controversy. This event is still commemorated in the Orthodox Church as the triumph of orthodoxy. The iconoclastic controversy had lasting effects on the development of Byzantine art. The destruction of icons during the periods of iconoclasm led to a temporary decline in the production of religious imagery. However, the eventual restoration of icon veneration in the 9th century sparked a renaissance of icon painting, leading to some of the most important and enduring works of Byzantine art. The controversy also left a deep theological legacy, shaping Orthodox Christian views on the role of images in worship and solidifying the belief in the sacredness of icons. Chapter 3. Mosaics, the Sparkling Legacy. Mosaics were one of the most distinctive and enduring artistic achievements of the Byzantine Empire, representing a remarkable fusion of craftsmanship, religious symbolism, and spiritual expression. These intricate works of art, made from small pieces of colored glass, stone, or ceramic, created brilliant, shimmering surfaces that captured the divine light and presence in a way that no other medium could. Mosaics adorned the walls, ceilings, and floors of Byzantine churches, palaces, and public spaces, transforming them into radiant sanctuaries that embodied the glory of God. The origins of Byzantine mosaics can be traced back to the early Christian period, with the technique evolving from earlier Roman traditions. However, it was under the Byzantine Empire that mosaics truly flourished, particularly in the 6th century during the reign of Emperor Justinian I. Justinian's ambitious building projects, including the construction of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, required vast amounts of mosaic work. These mosaics often depicted scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints, reinforcing the theological messages of the Church and the divine authority of the emperor. The process of creating mosaics was complex and labor-intensive, requiring skilled artisans to cut and arrange tiny pieces of glass, known as tesserae, into intricate designs. Gold tesserae were commonly used to create a radiant effect, with the light reflecting off the glass surfaces to evoke a sense of heavenly light. The use of gold backgrounds was particularly significant, as it symbolized the eternal, unchanging nature of the divine realm. The shimmering effect of the gold was meant to transport the viewer into the presence of the divine, blurring the line between the earthly and the heavenly. Byzantine mosaics were not merely decorative. They served as a visual expression of theological concepts and spiritual realities. The iconography of the mosaics followed strict conventions that reflected the Orthodox Church's views on the nature of God, Christ, and the saints. Figures were often depicted in a frontal, rigid style with elongated forms, which emphasized their otherworldly nature rather than human individuality. The faces of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints were typically serene, conveying a sense of divine peace and holiness. The legacy of Byzantine mosaics continued to influence art long after the fall of Constantinople in 1453. The intricate techniques and spiritual depth of Byzantine mosaics left a lasting mark on the art of the Orthodox world, as well as on the Western Renaissance. The preservation of mosaics in places like the Hagia Sophia and the Church of San Vitale in Ravenna stands as a testament to the enduring beauty and spiritual power of this artistic medium. Byzantine mosaics remain a shimmering legacy, reflecting both the glory of the divine and the artistic genius of the Byzantine Empire. The early development of Byzantine mosaics. The early development of Byzantine mosaics marks the beginning of one of the most significant artistic traditions in the history of Christianity. Rooted in the Roman art of the late antiquity, Byzantine mosaics evolved to become a central form of religious and imperial expression in the Eastern Roman Empire. During the initial stages of Byzantine art, mosaics were used to convey theological messages, enhance the sanctity of churches, and demonstrate imperial power. These mosaics were not only a medium for artistic beauty, but also played a vital role in defining the spiritual and cultural identity of the Byzantine Empire. In the early Byzantine period, mosaics were primarily used in the decoration of churches and public buildings. The first known examples of Byzantine mosaics date back to the 5th century when the shift from the Roman to the Byzantine aesthetic began to take shape. These early mosaics, often found in church interiors, were characterized by their use of glass tessera, small pieces of colored glass that reflected light and created a shimmering effect. The use of glass was significant, as it allowed the mosaics to capture the divine light, a theme that became central to Byzantine spirituality. This was particularly important in the context of the growing influence of Christianity, as the goal of these mosaics was not only to depict religious figures, but to create an atmosphere that invited the viewer into the presence of the divine. The mosaics of the 5th and early 6th centuries followed the stylistic conventions of late Roman art, but began to develop a more distinctive Byzantine approach. While Roman mosaics often depicted realistic figures in naturalistic settings, Byzantine mosaics started to emphasize more abstract symbolic representations. Early Christian themes, such as the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints, began to dominate the visual language of mosaics, with Christ often portrayed as the central figure in churches. The human form was increasingly stylized to reflect the divine nature of the subjects, with figures depicted in frontal, rigid poses that conveyed holiness and timelessness. A key turning point in the development of Byzantine mosaics came during the reign of Emperor Justinian I in the mid-6th century. Justinian's reign saw the establishment of some of the most famous examples of early Byzantine mosaics, including the mosaics of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople and the Church of San Vitale in Ravenna. These works marked a period of artistic flourishing and technical refinement. Justinian's mosaics, often featuring rich, vibrant colors and intricate patterns, emphasized the emperor's divine right to rule and portrayed him as both a religious and secular authority. The shift to using gold backgrounds became more pronounced during this period, symbolizing the eternal light of God. The early development of Byzantine mosaics set the foundation for a tradition that would continue to evolve over the centuries. These mosaics were not simply decorative. They were an integral part of the liturgical and spiritual life of the Byzantine Empire. The early Byzantine mosaics provided not only a visual expression of Christian faith, but also a method for elevating the viewer's soul toward the divine, making them a profound and lasting legacy of the Byzantine artistic tradition. Symbolism and religious significance. In Byzantine art, symbolism played a pivotal role in conveying deep theological and spiritual truths, transcending the literal depiction of sacred figures and events. The use of symbolic elements in mosaics, frescoes, and icons was not merely an artistic choice, but a deliberate method of communicating the divine, helping the faithful to understand and connect with the mysteries of the Christian faith. Each detail within these works of art had a specific meaning, and the composition of each image was a reflection of the divine order. One of the most prominent symbols in Byzantine art was the use of gold backgrounds, particularly in mosaics and icons. Gold was a symbol of divine light and the eternal, unchanging nature of God's kingdom. It was employed to suggest the transcendence of the divine, with no specific time or place, thereby separating the sacred from the earthly realm. The radiant light reflected from the gold surfaces created an ethereal atmosphere in churches, symbolizing the presence of the divine within the space and drawing the worshippers' attention heavenward. Another key symbolic element in Byzantine religious art was the use of color. Colors were not chosen simply for aesthetic reasons. Each color carried its own profound spiritual meaning. For instance, blue was associated with the Virgin Mary, symbolizing her purity and her heavenly nature. Red, in contrast, often represented the power and authority of Christ and the saints, as well as the sacrifice of Christ's passion. White was a symbol of holiness and light associated with the divine and the pure. Each color had a theological message that deepened the viewer's understanding of the sacred subject. The placement and gestures of figures in Byzantine art also carried significant symbolic meaning. Christ was often depicted in a frontal, serene pose, signifying his eternal nature and divine kingship. His right hand was typically raised in a gesture of blessing, while his left hand held a gospel or a scroll, symbolizing his authority in teaching and leading the faithful. The Virgin Mary was frequently shown with her hands in a position of prayer, highlighting her role as intercessor and mother of the Savior. Similarly, saints were depicted in poses of reverence or prayer, emphasizing their holiness and their communion with the divine. The iconography of scenes depicted in Byzantine art was rich with symbolism. The depiction of Christ's incarnation, for instance, was portrayed through the nativity scene, often highlighting the divine nature of Christ as he lay in the manger. The use of lambs and sheep in many scenes symbolized Christ as the Lamb of God, and peacocks in certain works were emblematic of eternal life and immortality. Byzantine art served as a visual catechism, helping to educate and spiritually elevate the faithful through its layers of symbolic meaning. Every aspect, from the choice of colors to the positioning of figures, was intended to guide the viewer's thoughts toward the divine, inviting them to participate in the heavenly realities the art depicted. Through symbolism, Byzantine religious art elevated mundane life into the realm of the sacred, allowing the divine to be present and accessible in the material world. Techniques and materials used. The techniques and materials employed in Byzantine art were carefully chosen to enhance the spiritual impact of the works, ensuring that the finished pieces conveyed both divine presence and theological truths. Artists used a variety of mediums, each with symbolic significance, and meticulously applied methods that were not only about aesthetic beauty, but also about creating sacred objects that invited divine grace. One of the most prominent materials used in Byzantine art, particularly in mosaics, was tesserae, small pieces of glass, stone, or ceramic, which were arranged to form intricate patterns and images. The tesserae were chosen for their ability to reflect light, a characteristic that was deeply symbolic of divine illumination. Gold tesserae, in particular, were used to create backgrounds in mosaics, as the glittering surfaces represented the eternal light of God and the heavenly realm. The use of gold symbolized the unchanging nature of the divine and created a radiant atmosphere within churches, inviting worshipers to experience a glimpse of the celestial. In addition to gold, other materials used in mosaics included colored glass, which was mixed with a binding agent like lime or cement. The vibrant, luminous colors of the glass were essential to the Byzantine aesthetic, as they allowed artists to create rich, symbolic representations of religious themes. The use of lapis lazuli, a semi-precious stone ground into pigment, was especially significant for creating deep blue tones, often used to depict the Virgin Mary. The careful selection and crafting of these materials reflected the spiritual purpose of Byzantine art, to create sacred images that were not just representations, but also conduits for divine grace. The technique of egg tempera was commonly used in icon painting, where pigments were mixed with egg yolk as the binding medium. This allowed artists to apply the pigment in thin layers, building up depth and luminosity in the image. The slow drying time of egg tempera allowed for fine detailing, which was important for creating the delicate, serene expressions characteristic of Byzantine icons. The intricate application of this medium helped to evoke a sense of the divine presence in the icon, making the holy figure appear alive and spiritually vibrant. Artists also employed a detailed layering process in their work, often beginning with a charcoal sketch, followed by the application of the base colors, and then progressively adding details, highlights, and shadows. This method ensured precision and clarity, as the goal was not to create images of worldly beauty, but to express a higher, divine truth. In both mosaics and icons, the use of tempera, gold leaf, and glass created a timeless effect that allowed the figures to transcend the material world and become windows into the divine. These techniques and materials combined to create art that was not merely visual, but also deeply spiritual. Every detail was meticulously planned to communicate sacred messages and elevate the viewer's mind and soul toward the divine. Through the use of radiant colors, reflective materials, and layered techniques, Byzantine artists crafted works that embodied the beauty of the divine and played an essential role in the liturgical life of the church. Famous mosaic works in churches and palaces. Byzantine mosaics are renowned for their intricate craftsmanship, vivid colors, and spiritual depth, adorning some of the most important churches and palaces of the Byzantine Empire. These mosaics were not only artistic masterpieces, but also powerful tools for religious expression, conveying theological messages and elevating the viewer's soul towards the divine. Some of the most famous examples of Byzantine mosaics can still be seen today in iconic structures, offering a glimpse into the grandeur and sacredness of the empire's artistic heritage. One of the most celebrated examples of Byzantine mosaics is found in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, which was completed in 537 under the reign of Emperor Justinian I. The mosaics of Hagia Sophia represent a high point in Byzantine art, with their grand depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints. The most iconic mosaic in Hagia Sophia is the Desis mosaic, located in the apse, which shows Christ Pantocrator flanked by the Virgin Mary and St. John the Baptist in intercession. This image highlights the central role of Christ as the ruler of the universe, while demonstrating the intercessory power of the Virgin and the saint. The mosaic's use of gold backgrounds and its radiant color scheme reflect the divine light and heavenly atmosphere intended to bring worshipers closer to God. Another remarkable set of mosaics can be found in the Church of San Vitale in Ravenna, Italy, which was consecrated in 547. The mosaics of San Vitale are famous for their vivid colors and detailed portrayals of important figures from the court of Emperor Justinian. Two mosaics in particular stand out: the Justinian mosaic and the Theodora mosaic, which depict the emperor and empress in their imperial regalia, surrounded by clergy, soldiers, and attendants. These mosaics not only celebrate the imperial couple, but also illustrate the close connection between the church and the state in Byzantine society. The mosaics are framed with gold tesserae and set against a heavenly backdrop, emphasizing the divine sanction of the emperor's rule. In addition to churches, Byzantine mosaics also adorned the palaces of emperors. One of the most famous examples of palace mosaics can be found in the Palace of the Emperor in Constantinople, especially in the Chamber of Daphne, where mosaics depicting scenes of imperial power and divine protection were displayed. The imagery in these palace mosaics often emphasized the emperor's divine right to rule and his role as the protector of the Christian faith. These works served not only as decorative art, but also as a political statement, reinforcing the emperor's role as both a secular and spiritual leader. These famous mosaic works, whether found in churches like Hagia Sophia and San Vitale, or within imperial palaces, continue to captivate viewers with their breathtaking beauty, theological depth, and historical significance. They are testaments to the skill of Byzantine artisans and the central role that art played in conveying the spiritual and political ideologies of the Byzantine Empire. Through these mosaics, the divine presence was made tangible, inviting viewers into a sacred space where heaven and earth met. The influence of mosaics on Western art. The influence of Byzantine mosaics on Western art is profound, leaving a lasting imprint on the artistic traditions of both the medieval and Renaissance periods. Byzantine mosaics were not merely regional decorations. They served as a bridge between the Eastern and Western Christian worlds, shaping the visual language of religious art across Europe for centuries. The unique qualities of Byzantine mosaics, especially their ability to combine intricate craftsmanship with deep theological symbolism, became an essential reference point for Western artists in their quest to depict the divine. One of the most significant ways Byzantine mosaics influenced Western art was through the development of religious iconography. The methodical use of iconography in Byzantine mosaics, which focused on clear symbolic representation rather than naturalistic depictions, was adopted by early Christian and medieval artists in the West. The stylized, elongated figures, frontal poses, and solemn expressions seen in Byzantine mosaics became foundational elements in Western religious art. These conventions were passed down through the medieval period, where artists in the Carolingian and Ottonian courts, for example, employed similar approaches in creating illuminated manuscripts and murals, ensuring that the Byzantine tradition continued to shape Western art's portrayal of sacred subjects. The use of gold backgrounds in Byzantine mosaics also had a lasting impact on Western art, particularly in the depiction of divine figures. The shimmering, radiant gold backgrounds, which were meant to symbolize the eternal and divine light of God, became a common feature in early medieval Christian art. The striking effect of gold, used in mosaics to create a sense of otherworldliness, influenced the design of altarpieces and panel paintings during the Gothic and early Renaissance periods. Artists like Giotto and Duccio di Ghibellino carried forward the symbolic use of gold backgrounds, adding to the religious power of their works by emphasizing the heavenly nature of the scenes depicted. The mosaic technique itself also spread to the West, influencing the creation of murals and other forms of wall decoration. In Italy, particularly in regions like Venice and Ravenna, the tradition of mosaic making continued well into the medieval and Renaissance periods. Venetian mosaics, such as those found in the Basilica di San Marco, closely followed Byzantine styles, maintaining the use of bright colors, gold tesserae, and intricate religious iconography. These mosaics reflected the city-state's close ties with the Byzantine Empire and served to continue the Byzantine aesthetic in the West. Byzantine mosaics also played a crucial role in shaping the architectural and artistic language of the Renaissance. The exploration of light, color, and space in Byzantine art influenced the works of Renaissance artists, such as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, who sought to combine realistic human forms with spiritual themes. The ethereal qualities of Byzantine mosaics, with their use of light to evoke the presence of the divine, can be seen in the radiant halos and golden backgrounds in many Renaissance religious works, where artists strove to convey the sacredness of their subjects. In all these ways, Byzantine mosaics helped shape the visual culture of Western art, influencing both the techniques employed and the spiritual messages conveyed in religious imagery. Their legacy endures, not only in the tangible mosaics that remain, but also in the deeper connection between art and spirituality that continues to characterize Western religious art. Chapter 4: Architecture, the Glory of Sacred Spaces. Byzantine architecture is one of the most significant contributions of the Byzantine Empire to the history of art and culture, particularly in the realm of religious and sacred spaces. The architectural style developed by the Byzantines was deeply tied to their Christian faith, and it became a defining feature of churches, monasteries, and imperial buildings throughout the empire. Byzantine architecture was not only about aesthetic beauty, but also served to convey spiritual meaning, creating environments that invited the faithful to experience the divine. The grandeur of Byzantine religious structures was meant to reflect the glory of God and the transcendent nature of the heavenly realm. The most iconic feature of Byzantine architecture is the domed basilica, a structure with a central dome that symbolizes the heavens above, creating a direct link between the earthly and the divine. The dome became the central focus of Byzantine church design, and its construction was a significant technological achievement. One of the greatest examples of this architectural style is the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, which, under the reign of Emperor Justinian I, was transformed from a basilica into an architectural marvel with a massive central dome that seemed to float above the worshippers. The Hagia Sophia's innovative use of pendentives, a curved triangle that supports the dome, allowed for the construction of a dome that appeared almost weightless. A brilliant engineering feat that became an influence on the development of Christian architecture for centuries. Byzantine churches were often built to create a sense of awe and spiritual elevation, drawing the worshippers' attention toward the altar and the divine. The interiors of these churches were richly adorned with mosaics, frescoes, and icons that created a visual experience of the sacred, while the design of the structure itself helped amplify the spiritual atmosphere. The use of nave, aisles, and sanctuary spaces, with their verticality and orientation toward the altar, encouraged a focus on the central liturgical and spiritual acts that took place during Christian worship. In many churches, the apse, the semicircular or polygonal area at the end of the nave, was designed to house important mosaics or frescoes depicting Christ, the Virgin Mary, or saints, further emphasizing the centrality of the divine in these sacred spaces. The exterior of Byzantine churches was typically more austere compared to the richly adorned interiors. However, the use of brick, marble, and later gold leaf decorations added a sense of dignity and majesty to the structures. Many churches also incorporated atriums or courtyards, providing a space for the faithful to gather before entering the holy space, symbolizing the transition from the secular world to the sacred. Byzantine architecture also extended to other significant structures like palaces, fortifications, and monasteries. These buildings, while not always as overtly religious in function, were deeply influenced by the spiritual ideals of Byzantine architecture. Palaces were often designed to reflect the emperor's divine right to rule, incorporating elements such as expansive courtyards, grand entryways, and impressive domes. Monasteries were built with a focus on creating secluded environments for prayer and contemplation, further emphasizing the spiritual significance of space in Byzantine culture. Through its awe-inspiring structures, Byzantine architecture sought to elevate the viewer's experience, creating a tangible connection to the divine, while also showcasing the wealth, power, and devotion of the Byzantine Empire. Its influence can be seen in the architecture of Eastern Orthodox churches, Islamic structures, and even in the development of Western Christian architecture during the Middle Ages. The glory of these sacred spaces continues to captivate and inspire, demonstrating the lasting power of Byzantine architectural achievements. The development of Byzantine church architecture. The development of Byzantine church architecture marks a transformative period in the history of Christian sacred spaces, with its distinctive style emerging from the fusion of Roman, Eastern, and Christian influences. As the Byzantine Empire sought to establish a clear identity through art and architecture, the design of churches became a focal point for expressing both imperial power and divine glory. The architectural style that developed was meant to serve as a visual reflection of the spiritual and theological values of the Byzantine world, creating sacred spaces that facilitated the worship of God and reflected the eternal nature of the divine. One of the defining characteristics of early Byzantine church architecture was the adaptation of the basilica form. The basilica, originally a Roman public building, was transformed into a Christian worship space by incorporating an apse at the eastern end of the building where the altar would be placed and a nave for the congregation. However, the most significant transformation in Byzantine church architecture came with the introduction of the centralized plan. The centralized plan focused on a central space, often crowned by a large dome, which symbolized the heavens above and represented the divine realm. This innovation allowed the architecture to convey a sense of divine order and unity, with the dome acting as a powerful focal point in the center of the worship space. One of the most monumental early examples of Byzantine church architecture was the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, completed in 537 under Emperor Justinian I. The Hagia Sophia incorporated a massive dome that appeared to float above the building, supported by pendentives, triangular sections of masonry that transitioned the weight of the dome to four supporting pillars. This engineering feat not only became an architectural marvel, but also set the standard for future Byzantine churches. The Hagia Sophia's vast, open interior, illuminated by windows in the dome, created an ethereal atmosphere where light seemed to pour from above, symbolizing the divine presence of God. Its design represented the emperor's role as both a political and spiritual leader, and it was seen as a reflection of the Byzantine Empire's authority and connection to the divine. As the Byzantine Empire continued to evolve, so did its church architecture. The introduction of cross and square and Greek cross plans became increasingly popular, with four arms of equal length creating a symbolic representation of the Christian cross. These designs emphasized symmetry and balance, further reinforcing the idea of heaven and earth coming into alignment during the liturgy. The development of Byzantine church architecture was also marked by the use of mosaics, frescoes, and iconography within the church interior. These artistic elements were intended to enhance the spiritual experience, guiding the worshiper's gaze upward and inward toward the divine. The use of the central dome as the main focal point, often adorned with a mosaic of Christ Pantocrator, reinforced the theological understanding that Christ was the ruler of the universe. The enduring legacy of Byzantine church architecture lies not only in its aesthetic beauty, but in its ability to convey the essence of Christian spirituality and the Byzantine Empire's grandeur. The iconic domed basilica became a model for later Christian churches, particularly in the Eastern Orthodox world, where it continues to inspire the design of sacred spaces. Through this architectural evolution, Byzantine churches became more than just physical buildings. They were expressions of faith intended to elevate the soul and facilitate an encounter with the divine. Key architectural features: domes, arches, and columns. The architecture of the Byzantine Empire is renowned for its innovative use of key structural elements, such as domes, arches, and columns, which became the defining features of its sacred spaces. These elements were not only functional, but also deeply symbolic, playing a crucial role in conveying the empire's theological and cultural ideals. The use of these architectural features transformed the design of churches, palaces, and other public buildings, setting the stage for architectural developments that would influence centuries of design in both the Christian and Islamic worlds. One of the most striking features of Byzantine architecture is the dome, which became the central element in the design of Byzantine churches. The dome symbolized the heavens, creating a visual link between the earthly and the divine realms. The dome's central position in the structure directed the worshipper's gaze upwards, reinforcing the spiritual atmosphere within the building. One of the most iconic examples of the use of the dome is the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, where the vast central dome, which appears to float above the interior, was supported by innovative pendentives, curved triangular sections that allowed the dome to rest on a square base. This architectural breakthrough not only created an awe-inspiring space, but also symbolized the presence of God above, illuminating the worshippers below with light that poured through the dome's windows. Arches are another essential feature of Byzantine architecture, contributing to both the structural integrity and aesthetic beauty of Byzantine buildings. Arches were employed to support the massive weight of domes and other heavy structures, allowing for larger and more open interior spaces. The round arch, which had been used by the Romans, was perfected by Byzantine architects to create towering, vaulted ceilings and expansive aisles in churches. The arches were often framed by columns, which provided additional support while adding to the elegance of the building. The use of arches also allowed for the incorporation of large windows in the walls of churches, especially around the base of the dome, which created dramatic effects of light and shadow, further enhancing the sacred atmosphere. Columns, often used to support arches and vaults, were a fundamental element of Byzantine architectural design. While the classical orders of columns, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, were retained, Byzantine columns were often more decorative and less rigidly tied to the classical tradition. They were frequently adorned with intricate capitals and were made from a variety of materials, including marble and stone, which added a sense of grandeur and elegance to the building's overall design. Columns also played a symbolic role, as they represented the stability and permanence of the church and the empire itself. The strategic use of domes, arches, and columns in Byzantine architecture was as essential not only for the structural design of religious and imperial buildings, but also for their theological and symbolic functions. These architectural features served to convey the majesty and transcendence of the divine, creating spaces that invited the worshippers to experience the glory of God while reinforcing the power and authority of the Byzantine Empire. The legacy of these elements continues to influence architecture today, seen in both religious and secular buildings across the world. The Hagia Sophia, a masterpiece of Byzantine engineering. The Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, stands as one of the most celebrated masterpieces of Byzantine architecture and engineering, embodying the pinnacle of Byzantine artistic achievement. Built under the reign of Emperor Justinian I, the church was completed in 537 and would become a symbol of both the power of the Byzantine Empire and the spiritual grandeur of Christianity. It was originally constructed as a Christian cathedral, later converted into a mosque after the Ottoman conquest in 1453, and is now a museum. The Hagia Sophia's architectural design, particularly its revolutionary use of the dome, set a new standard for religious architecture and influenced the design of later churches and mosques across the world. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Hagia Sophia is its dome, which was a groundbreaking engineering achievement. The massive dome, with a diameter of over 30 meters, appears to float above the central nave, supported by 4 massive piers and a system of pendentives, a series of curved triangles that allow the circular base of the dome to be set on the square base of the building. This innovative construction technique not only made the dome structurally sound, but also gave it an ethereal quality, as though it were suspended in space. The effect of light pouring through the dome's windows further heightened the illusion, making the dome seem weightless and filling the interior with a divine radiance that reinforced the sense of heavenly presence. The design of the Hagia Sophia also reflects the Byzantine desire to create an awe-inspiring sacred space. The vast interior is marked by its nave, aisles, and apse, with the central dome acting as the focal point of the entire structure. The use of arches, columns, and the narthex at the entrance guided the worshippers' movement, with each element directing attention toward the divine. The building's scale, combined with the sense of openness and height, created a space that was both majestic and spiritually uplifting, allowing worshippers to feel the presence of God in a tangible way. The Hagia Sophia's interior was originally adorned with mosaics that depicted religious figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints, designed to reinforce the sacred purpose of the space. These mosaics, along with marble floors and richly decorated columns, contributed to the opulence and spiritual atmosphere of the building. Even after its conversion to a mosque, many of the mosaics were covered, but their historical significance and artistic brilliance remain evident in the structure. As a work of engineering, architecture, and religious expression, the Hagia Sophia is unparalleled. It not only represents the Byzantine Empire's grandeur, but also continues to serve as an enduring symbol of the confluence of artistic, theological, and engineering excellence. The Hagia Sophia's innovative dome, architectural beauty, and symbolic significance have made it one of the most important and influential buildings in history, admired by generations of people from all over the world. Monasteries and their role in Byzantine society. Monasteries played a crucial role in the spiritual, social, and cultural life of the Byzantine Empire. These institutions were not only centers of religious devotion, but also vital hubs for education, manuscript preservation, and community welfare. The significance of monasteries in Byzantine society cannot be overstated, as they were deeply intertwined with the religious and political fabric of the empire, offering a place for spiritual retreat and religious service, while also contributing to the intellectual and economic life of the Byzantine world. Monasticism in the Byzantine Empire began to take shape in the 4th century with the rise of asceticism and the desire for a life devoted entirely to God. Early monks and hermits sought solitude in the deserts and remote areas, away from the distractions of urban life. Over time, the monastic movement evolved into more organized communities, and by the 5th and 6th centuries, monasteries began to form across the empire. The Rule of St. Basil, a guide for monastic life, became the foundation for communal living, emphasizing prayer, work, and asceticism. Monks and nuns in Byzantine monasteries lived a life of strict discipline, devotion, and service to God, with daily routines centered around prayer, liturgical activities, and manual labor. In terms of their spiritual role, monasteries were considered sanctuaries where individuals could seek closeness to God through a disciplined life of prayer and contemplation. They were seen as centers of holiness, and many monks and abbots gained great spiritual influence, offering guidance and counsel to both the imperial court and ordinary citizens. Many monasteries housed relics and sacred icons, attracting pilgrims who sought healing or spiritual comfort. The monasteries, through their daily prayers and divine services, were believed to play a critical role in ensuring the spiritual welfare of the empire. Socially, monasteries played a pivotal role in Byzantine society, providing charity and aid to the poor, the sick, and the needy. Monasteries often operated hospitals, orphanages, and schools, contributing to the welfare of the surrounding communities. Wealthy benefactors frequently donated lands and resources to monasteries, further enhancing their ability to offer support to those in need. Additionally, monasteries provided a means of education, as they became centers for the preservation and transmission of knowledge, particularly through the copying of religious texts and manuscripts. These manuscripts often included not only theological works, but also classical texts, ensuring the survival of ancient knowledge during periods of turmoil. Monasteries also had a significant political role in Byzantine society. They were often closely connected to the imperial court, with emperors and high-ranking officials seeking the blessings and intercession of powerful monastic leaders. Many monasteries accumulated great wealth and land, becoming influential political entities in their own right. The presence of monasteries in key locations, such as along trade routes or near major cities, allowed them to have a broader impact on the social and economic life of the empire. In architectural terms, Byzantine monasteries were often grand and imposing, with intricate designs that reflected the religious and artistic sensibilities of the time. The layout of these monasteries typically included a church, dormitories, refectories, and gardens, all designed to facilitate the monastic way of life. The church, often the focal point of the monastery, was adorned with beautiful mosaics, icons, and frescoes, creating an atmosphere of spiritual elevation. In some, Byzantine monasteries were central to the religious, social, and intellectual life of the empire. They provided a space for spiritual growth, service to the community, and the preservation of knowledge, all while playing a key role in shaping the cultural legacy of the Byzantine world. Influence on later architectural styles. The architectural innovations of the Byzantine Empire had a profound and lasting impact on the development of later architectural styles, both in the Eastern and Western worlds. As the Byzantine Empire was a crossroads of cultures, its architecture blended classical Roman traditions with Christian ideals and Eastern influences, creating a unique and influential style that would shape the design of churches, mosques, and civic buildings for centuries to come. One of the most enduring contributions of Byzantine architecture was the dome. The development of the central dome, particularly as seen in the Hagia Sophia, became a defining feature in the architecture of Eastern Orthodox churches. The innovation of pendentives, triangular curving sections of masonry that allowed a circular dome to rest on a square base, was revolutionary and allowed for the creation of vast, open interior spaces that seemed to transcend earthly boundaries. This use of the dome became a hallmark of Byzantine-inspired architecture and was adopted by later Eastern Orthodox churches, such as the Church of the Holy Wisdom in Kiev and churches in Russia, where the central dome became a dominant feature. The influence of Byzantine architecture also extended to Islamic architecture. After the fall of Constantinople in 1453, the Ottomans adopted many elements of Byzantine design for their own mosques. The Blue Mosque in Istanbul, for example, closely mirrors the central domed layout of the Hagia Sophia. Ottoman architects embraced the use of large central domes surrounded by smaller domes, as well as the use of pendentives, creating grand and awe-inspiring spaces for worship. The minarets that surround many Ottoman mosques were a later addition, but they still reflect the Byzantine emphasis on verticality and grandeur. In the West, Renaissance and later Baroque architects drew heavily from Byzantine design, particularly the centralized plan and dome construction. Early Renaissance churches, such as St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, showed clear influences of Byzantine architecture, particularly in the use of the central dome to create a sense of spatial unity. The work of Michelangelo and Donato Bramante in St. Peter's Basilica was directly inspired by the Hagia Sophia's central dome, which they admired for its engineering marvels and spiritual significance. The influence of Byzantine domes was also evident in the Baroque period, where expansive, dramatic domes became a defining feature of churches and cathedrals. In addition to the dome, the use of arches and columns in Byzantine architecture set the foundation for later architectural styles. Byzantine arches were more refined than their Roman predecessors and served as the basis for the development of Romanesque and Gothic architecture in Europe. The pointed arches of the Gothic cathedrals, which rose dramatically towards the heavens, were inspired in part by the rounded arches of Byzantine buildings. Furthermore, the Byzantine emphasis on interior decoration, with mosaics, frescoes, and icons, was carried forward into later Christian architecture, particularly in the Italian Renaissance and Baroque periods, where lavish interior designs became central to the architectural experience. Byzantine architecture also influenced the development of ecclesiastical and public architecture throughout the Orthodox Christian world. Churches built in regions such as Serbia, Bulgaria, and Russia adopted Byzantine-inspired designs, continuing the legacy of domed structures and the symbolic importance of architectural elements, ensuring the lasting influence of Byzantine styles on Eastern European and Orthodox architecture. In sum, Byzantine architecture left an indelible mark on architectural history, influencing the development of religious and secular buildings across cultures. Its innovations in dome construction, spatial organization, and decorative arts have shaped the design of churches, mosques, and public buildings for centuries, creating architectural traditions that continue to thrive today. Chapter 5: Manuscript Illumination and Calligraphy. Manuscript illumination and calligraphy played an integral role in the preservation and dissemination of knowledge in the Byzantine Empire. In an era when books were precious and scarce, these artistic practices were not merely functional. They were vital to the cultural and spiritual life of the empire. Byzantine manuscript illumination, the art of decorating and illustrating manuscripts, and the craft of calligraphy, which involved the intricate art of writing, were both deeply intertwined with the religious and intellectual traditions of the time. The Byzantine Empire, with its strong Christian foundation, placed a high value on the written word, especially when it came to religious texts. The Bible, liturgical books, and theological treatises were copied and illustrated by hand in scriptoria, rooms within monasteries or churches dedicated to the production of manuscripts. These works were not only functional tools for study and worship, but also artistic expressions of divine beauty. Illumination, the art of embellishing a manuscript with designs, vibrant colors, and gold leaf, transformed the text into a sacred object, meant to reflect the glory of God. The process often involved creating ornate borders, intricate miniatures, and full-page illustrations, all of which served to illuminate the theological and spiritual themes of the manuscript. One of the most significant features of Byzantine manuscript illumination was the use of iconography. Illustrations of biblical scenes, saints, angels, and Christ were painted in a style consistent with the religious icons found in churches. These miniatures were often composed with a sense of symmetry and divine order, highlighting the spiritual significance of the subjects. The illumination was not only a decorative feature, but also a way to deepen the understanding of religious texts. It was common for these illustrations to interpret and complement the script, offering visual meditations on the stories and teachings of Christianity. Calligraphy, too, played a crucial role in Byzantine manuscripts. The writing styles that emerged in the Byzantine Empire were highly sophisticated, with an emphasis on clarity, elegance, and legibility. The uncial script, characterized by rounded, clear letters, was often used in religious texts, while the minuscule script, a more cursive style, became more prevalent in the later centuries for literary and scholarly works. The process of copying manuscripts required great skill, as the scribes had to pay close attention to both the precision of their writing and the spiritual nature of the text. Calligraphy, much like illumination, was a form of devotion. It was believed that the act of writing sacred texts was an offering to God. Byzantine manuscripts were not only important for religious purposes, but also for preserving and transmitting knowledge. Many classical works by Greek philosophers, historians, and poets were copied and saved in these manuscripts, ensuring their survival through the centuries. This practice of preserving ancient knowledge was especially significant during times of political instability, when libraries and educational institutions were at risk of being destroyed. Monastic communities were instrumental in keeping this intellectual legacy alive. The aesthetic qualities of Byzantine manuscripts also had an impact on later manuscript traditions in both the West and the Islamic world. As the Byzantine Empire's influence spread, so too did its manuscript production techniques, particularly the use of illuminated decorations and the development of calligraphic styles. The influence of Byzantine manuscript illumination can be seen in the illuminated manuscripts of the Renaissance and even in the decorative styles of later Islamic calligraphy, where the idea of combining text with intricate decoration to communicate spiritual and intellectual ideas became a shared artistic language. In summary, Byzantine manuscript illumination and calligraphy were essential to the cultural and spiritual life of the empire. They preserved religious and classical knowledge, while also embodying the artistic and theological values of the Byzantine world. These practices were an integral part of the empire's intellectual heritage, influencing future generations in both the East and the West. The art of illuminated manuscripts. The art of illuminated manuscripts flourished in the Byzantine Empire as a significant form of artistic and religious expression. This intricate craft, which combined beautiful calligraphy with decorative elements, was essential for the production of religious texts and became one of the most revered artistic traditions of the period. Manuscripts, especially those containing biblical texts, liturgical books, and theological writings, were meticulously crafted by skilled artisans within monastic communities. The illuminations, which often featured religious imagery and symbols, were not merely decorative. They conveyed spiritual meaning, elevated the sacred text, and enhanced the viewer's understanding of the divine. The process of illuminating a manuscript was a laborious and sacred task. Artists would first prepare the parchment or vellum, carefully smoothing the surface to ensure it was ready for writing and decoration. The text was typically written by skilled scribes in uncial or minuscule scripts, both of which were well suited for religious texts. After the text was completed, the manuscript would be passed to the illuminators, who used precious materials such as gold leaf, lapis lazuli, and vibrant pigments to create detailed and symbolic illustrations. The primary goal of the illuminations was to serve as a visual complement to the text, offering both aesthetic beauty and spiritual insight. Religious iconography was central to the illuminations, with scenes from the Bible, images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels filling the pages. Full-page miniatures were often included to depict key moments from sacred history, such as the Nativity, crucifixion, and resurrection of Christ, or scenes from the lives of saints. The composition of these illustrations followed a set of canonical rules, derived from the iconography of Byzantine churches, ensuring that the religious subjects were portrayed with great reverence and in strict adherence to theological principles. These images were carefully arranged to draw the viewer's eye and guide the contemplation of the divine mysteries. The use of gold leaf and other precious materials was a distinctive feature of Byzantine illuminated manuscripts. The gold, often applied to halos, backgrounds, and borders, symbolized the presence of the divine light and created a sense of sacredness and transcendence. The richness of the materials used in these works was also an expression of the wealth and power of the Byzantine Empire, as manuscripts were often commissioned by wealthy patrons, including emperors, church leaders, and high-ranking officials. The designs in Byzantine illuminated manuscripts were not just meant to decorate, but also to instruct. Through the integration of art and text, these manuscripts helped to communicate religious teachings to those who might be illiterate or who sought deeper spiritual understanding. The vivid imagery acted as a visual sermon, inviting the viewer into a meditative relationship with the sacred. In addition to their religious role, illuminated manuscripts were integral to the preservation of knowledge. Many classical works, including those of Greek philosophers and historians, were copied and transmitted through Byzantine manuscripts, ensuring the survival of important intellectual traditions for future generations. The legacy of Byzantine illuminated manuscripts extends far beyond the empire itself. Their influence can be seen in the illuminated books of the medieval West and Islamic manuscripts, where the practice of combining text with ornamentation would continue to evolve for centuries. Byzantine illumination, with its divine symbolism, meticulous craftsmanship, and spiritual intent, remains a symbol of the empire's artistic and cultural achievements. Scriptoriums and the preservation of knowledge. Scriptoriums played a vital role in the Byzantine Empire, serving as dedicated spaces within monasteries and churches for the transcription, illumination, and preservation of texts. These rooms, where scribes worked meticulously to copy manuscripts by hand, were instrumental in maintaining and transmitting knowledge throughout the empire. The scriptorium's primary function was to preserve the religious and intellectual heritage of the Byzantine world, ensuring that sacred texts, theological writings, and classical works survived for future generations. The work done in Byzantine scriptoriums was both an art and a form of devotion. Scribes carefully copied religious texts, including the Bible, liturgical books, and theological treatises, ensuring the accuracy and sanctity of the words. Given the importance of these texts in Byzantine society, the process of copying was approached with the utmost reverence, and scribes often believed their work was a spiritual offering. Monasteries, which were the main centers of scriptoria, had strict rules and schedules, with monks working in silence and focusing on the meticulous task at hand. The manuscripts produced in these scriptoriums were often not just functional, they were also highly decorated with illuminations, miniatures, and calligraphy designed to enhance the spiritual meaning of the text and elevate the reading experience. Byzantine scriptoria were central to the preservation of knowledge, especially during times of political upheaval. With the fall of classical civilizations and the onset of periods of instability, many libraries were destroyed or left in disarray. In this climate, monasteries became safe havens for learning and the preservation of both religious and secular works. Classical texts by Greek philosophers, historians, and poets were copied and maintained in these scriptoria, ensuring that the intellectual legacy of ancient Greece and Rome endured. By copying works such as Plato, Aristotle, and Homer, Byzantine scribes safeguarded the knowledge that would later be rediscovered during the Renaissance. In addition to religious and classical texts, Byzantine scribes also preserved important scientific and medical writings, keeping these bodies of knowledge intact for future scholars. The Byzantine encyclopedic tradition, which included the recording of historical events, laws, and geographical knowledge, further cemented the importance of scriptoria as places of learning and intellectual exchange. The influence of Byzantine scriptoria extended beyond the empire's borders. As the Byzantine Empire influenced neighboring regions, including the Slavic world and the Islamic world, the practice of manuscript copying spread, fostering the development of scriptoria in these areas. Byzantine monks and scholars were involved in the missionary work of spreading literacy and religious texts, particularly in the Balkans and Russia, where they established local scriptoria that continued the Byzantine tradition. In summary, scriptoriums in the Byzantine Empire were crucial to the preservation of knowledge, safeguarding religious, intellectual, and scientific works during times of political instability. These centers of learning ensured the continuity of ancient and Christian knowledge and played a key role in passing down these treasures to future generations, leaving a profound impact on the intellectual legacy of the Byzantine world and beyond. Techniques and materials used in bookmaking. The process of bookmaking in the Byzantine Empire was a highly specialized craft, requiring meticulous techniques and high-quality materials to produce manuscripts that were both functional and beautiful. The art of creating books, particularly illuminated manuscripts, involved multiple steps, each executed with precision to ensure the preservation of religious, philosophical, and historical knowledge. Byzantine bookmaking was an intricate process that combined practical skills with artistic craftsmanship, and the materials used were often as important as the content itself, contributing to the manuscript's sacred and intellectual significance. The first step in creating a manuscript involved selecting the proper material for the pages. Parchment, made from animal skins, usually from sheep or goats, was the most common material used for Byzantine manuscripts. Parchment was highly durable and provided a smooth surface for writing and illumination. In earlier times, vellum, which is a finer grade of parchment made from calfskin, was also used for particularly important manuscripts. The process of preparing parchment involved scraping and stretching the skin to create a flat, smooth surface, a task requiring considerable skill and time. Once the parchment was ready, it was cut into sheets and arranged in signatures, or groups of pages, which were folded to form the book. Writing the text was another critical step in the bookmaking process. Byzantine scribes used a variety of writing tools, including quills, or pens made from reeds, and ink made from carbon black or iron gall. The script used for the majority of religious and scholarly works was the uncial script, characterized by large, rounded letters. As the Byzantine Empire progressed, the minuscule script, a more cursive form of writing, began to gain popularity. The careful arrangement of the text on the page was crucial, as scribes took great care to ensure clarity, legibility, and alignment. Writing was often done in columns, and spaces between words were occasionally indicated by small dots or punctuation marks. The art of illumination was a distinguishing feature of Byzantine bookmaking, adding both beauty and sacred significance to the text. Illuminators used a variety of materials to decorate manuscripts, including gold leaf, lapis lazuli, vermilion, and other vibrant pigments. Gold was often applied to halos, borders, and backgrounds to signify the divine light and elevate the text to a spiritual realm. Gesso, a plaster-like material, was often used to create a smooth surface for applying gold leaf, while egg tempera was the most common medium for painting miniatures and figures in the manuscripts. The vibrant colors and intricate designs were meant to illuminate the text, drawing the reader's eye and aiding in the meditative reflection on the sacred content. After the manuscript was written and illuminated, it was bound together. Byzantine bookbinding techniques involved sewing the signatures together using strong linen threads. The binding often involved wooden covers, which were sometimes adorned with precious metals, jewels, and intricate designs. These covers not only protected the manuscript, but also symbolized its importance, often displaying religious imagery and motifs. The materials and techniques used in Byzantine bookmaking reflected the empire's dedication to both the preservation and reverence of knowledge. Manuscripts were often viewed not just as texts, but as sacred objects meant to convey divine knowledge, making the care taken in their production a form of devotion. The books created in this way became important cultural and intellectual treasures, passed down through the centuries and influencing the development of bookmaking traditions in both the East and West. The legacy of Byzantine manuscript production continues to resonate in modern-day manuscript preservation and bookbinding practices. The role of calligraphy in religious texts. In the Byzantine Empire, calligraphy played a crucial role in the creation and preservation of religious texts, serving as both an artistic and spiritual practice. Calligraphy was not merely a means of communication. It was a form of devotion, an act of reverence for the divine. The meticulous process of writing sacred texts, particularly the Bible, liturgical books, and theological treatises, was seen as an offering to God. Scribes believed that their careful, deliberate writing of holy words not only preserved the text, but also contributed to its sanctity. Byzantine calligraphy was highly stylized, and different scripts evolved over the centuries to suit the various needs of religious manuscripts. One of the most prominent early scripts was the uncial script, a rounded, clear style of writing that allowed for legibility and a sense of solemnity, appropriate for sacred texts. As time progressed, the minuscule script, a more cursive and compact form of writing, came into use, particularly for literary and scholarly works. This style became prominent in later centuries and allowed for more rapid transcription, although still with a focus on clarity and order. The act of transcribing sacred texts was intertwined with the belief that the written word carried spiritual significance. Scribes were trained not only in the technical aspects of writing, but also in understanding the religious meanings behind the texts they transcribed. Their role as intermediaries between the sacred word and the physical page imbued their work with a deep sense of responsibility and devotion. As they wrote, scribes would often engage in prayer or contemplation, focusing on the spiritual importance of the text they were copying. Calligraphy in Byzantine religious manuscripts went beyond the functional role of transmitting information. The aesthetic quality of the script was just as important, as the elegance and beauty of the writing were seen as reflections of the divine. The intricate details of the letters, the precise spacing, and the careful arrangement of text on the page were all part of the manuscript's overall spiritual message. In fact, the written word itself was often regarded as a sacred entity, and calligraphy served to elevate the text, bringing it closer to the divine. In addition to the text itself, calligraphy often worked in tandem with the illumination and decorative elements of a manuscript, creating a harmonious integration of word and image. The margins of many religious manuscripts were adorned with floral patterns, geometric designs, and religious symbols, which complemented the calligraphy and enhanced the manuscript's overall spiritual purpose. Calligraphy and illumination together formed an artistic whole that invited the reader not only to read, but also to meditate on the sacred meanings within the text. Ultimately, calligraphy in Byzantine religious texts was far more than a method of communication. It was an integral part of the spiritual and artistic tradition of the empire. The careful and beautiful execution of text mirrored the sacredness of the words it conveyed, ensuring that the manuscripts not only preserved religious knowledge, but also served as vehicles for devotion, reflection, and connection to the divine. The legacy of Byzantine calligraphy continues to influence religious texts and artistic traditions to this day, emphasizing the power of the written word as both a spiritual and artistic medium. Famous Byzantine manuscripts. Byzantine manuscripts, particularly those produced in the empire's religious centers, are renowned for their extraordinary beauty, theological significance, and artistic craftsmanship. These illuminated texts, often created in scriptoriums by skilled monks and scribes, served as both spiritual guides and repositories of knowledge. Some Byzantine manuscripts are particularly famous for their detailed illuminations, intricate calligraphy, and lasting impact on religious and artistic traditions. One of the most famous examples is the Codex Sinaiticus, a 4th century manuscript of the Christian Bible in Greek, which is one of the earliest and most complete surviving texts of the Old and New Testaments. The Codex Sinaiticus, believed to have been produced in the Eastern Mediterranean, offers valuable insights into the biblical text of the early Christian church. Though not decorated with the elaborate illuminations found in later Byzantine manuscripts, its significance lies in its connection to the development of Christian scriptures and the preservation of sacred texts. The Alexandrian Bible is another important manuscript, created in the 5th century, containing portions of the Old and New Testaments in Greek. Known for its elegant calligraphy, the Alexandrian Bible reflects the rich theological environment of the Byzantine Empire during its golden age. Though less famous than the Codex Sinaiticus, this manuscript showcases the careful craftsmanship of Byzantine scribes, particularly in the clarity and beauty of its writing. The Lindisfarne Gospels, although produced in the 7th century in the Anglo-Saxon world, were heavily influenced by Byzantine art and manuscript illumination. These Gospels feature intricate designs, decorative borders, and vibrant colors that align with the Byzantine tradition of integrating text and image. The Gospels also demonstrate how Byzantine artistic styles were transmitted beyond the empire, influencing Western Christian manuscript production in the early medieval period. The Paris Psalter, created in the 10th century, is one of the finest examples of Byzantine illuminated manuscripts. This psalter contains beautiful illustrations and rich gold accents, making it a stunning example of the integration of text and imagery in religious books. The artwork found within the Paris Psalter includes vibrant depictions of biblical scenes and saints, emphasizing the manuscript's spiritual and theological importance. Its illuminations highlight the aesthetic sophistication of Byzantine book production and serve as an expression of the era's devotion and artistic ideals. Another significant manuscript is the Manichaean Psalter, a unique example from the Byzantine period that combines Christian themes with Manichaean influences. Its combination of iconography and the precision of its calligraphy reveals the blending of cultures and religious ideas during the Byzantine era. These manuscripts and others were more than just books. They were sacred objects that carried the weight of Byzantine theology and artistic tradition. Their preservation, often in monasteries and libraries, ensured that the intellectual and religious heritage of the Byzantine Empire would continue to inspire and inform generations to come. Chapter 6, Sculpture and Minor Arts. Sculpture and minor arts played an essential role in the artistic landscape of the Byzantine Empire, contributing to the spiritual and aesthetic experience of its people. While the Byzantine Empire is often more recognized for its achievements in iconography, mosaics, and architecture, sculpture also served as a key component of religious and cultural expression, though it evolved in response to the unique theological, political, and social needs of the empire. Byzantine sculpture was deeply connected to religious themes, as the empire was primarily Christian, and religious imagery played a central role in the lives of its people. Statues, reliefs, and bas-reliefs were commonly used to decorate churches, monasteries, and public spaces. While early Byzantine sculpture was heavily influenced by the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, it gradually took on a distinct Christian identity. This transition saw a move away from the classical focus on idealized human forms toward more symbolic, spiritual representations. Christian figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels were depicted in a more stylized manner, emphasizing their divine rather than human qualities. Notably, the lack of large-scale, freestanding sculptures in Byzantine art, such as those found in earlier periods, was due in part to theological concerns. The Byzantine Church, particularly during the early centuries, maintained a cautious stance toward the use of images, fearing that sculptures might encourage idolatry. As a result, the majority of Byzantine sculptures were created as reliefs for church decoration, especially in the form of scenes from the Bible or representations of holy figures. One of the most important forms of Byzantine sculpture was the relief carving found in the decorative elements of church architecture. Sculptural reliefs adorned the doors of churches, including the famous bronze doors of the Church of St. Mark in Venice, which were originally created in Constantinople. These reliefs often depicted key religious narratives, such as the crucifixion, resurrection, or the Last Judgment, offering a visual representation of key moments in Christian theology that help the faithful connect to the divine. Another significant area of Byzantine sculpture involved the creation of icons and small devotional objects. These often took the form of metalwork, such as small crosses, censers, and reliquaries, which were crafted with exquisite detail. These items were not only used in religious rituals, but were also highly valued as spiritual objects that facilitated a connection to the divine. Ivory carving, especially in the form of small panels, became an important medium for these devotional works. The diptych of the consul Boethius, a famous ivory piece, serves as an example of the intricate work produced during this period. Enamel work and metalworking were other areas of Byzantine minor arts that saw significant development. These crafts were often used to create religious items such as icons, vessels for the liturgy, and reliquaries. The use of gold, silver, and precious stones to decorate religious artifacts gave them an unparalleled beauty and conveyed the sanctity of the objects they adorned. The legacy of Byzantine sculpture and minor arts is seen in the way these works have influenced later Christian art, especially in the medieval West. While the empire's approach to sculpture may have been restrained in comparison to its classical predecessors, the enduring beauty and spiritual depth of Byzantine craftsmanship continue to inspire artists and scholars alike. The art produced in this period was not merely decorative. It was an integral part of the liturgical and religious life of the Byzantine Empire, helping to convey the divine through its forms, materials, and techniques. The role of sculpture in Byzantine art. Sculpture in Byzantine art, while less prominent than other forms such as mosaics and iconography, played an essential role in shaping the visual and spiritual life of the empire. In the early Byzantine period, the development and use of sculpture were deeply influenced by the rise of Christianity and the empire's cautious approach toward the use of religious images. This reluctance to embrace large-scale, freestanding sculptures, especially those of human figures, was rooted in theological concerns about the potential for idolatry. As a result, Byzantine sculpture evolved in a distinctive direction, focusing on symbolic representation and functional decoration for sacred spaces. One of the most significant contributions of Byzantine sculpture was in the form of relief carving, which adorned the architectural elements of churches and monasteries. These sculptures, often executed in marble or stone, were used to tell religious stories, depict holy figures, and enhance the visual narrative of the sacred space. Biblical scenes such as the crucifixion, resurrection, and Last Judgment were commonly depicted in reliefs on the doors, pillars, and frescoes of churches. These works served both an artistic and didactic purpose, helping to convey theological themes to the largely illiterate population while enhancing the sanctity of the worship environment. The placement of such reliefs in churches and other religious buildings emphasized the divine and sacred nature of these spaces. Unlike the classical tradition, which celebrated the human form through realistic and naturalistic portrayals, Byzantine sculpture often adopted a more stylized and symbolic approach. The human figures in these sculptures were rendered less realistically, with an emphasis on conveying spiritual truth rather than physical beauty. Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints, and angels were depicted in more abstract, timeless forms, stressing their divine nature over their earthly existence. This focus on the divine was in line with the Christian belief that images should transcend the material world and reflect the spiritual realm. Sculpture in the Byzantine Empire was also integral to the creation of religious objects used in daily rituals. Small-scale sculptures, often made of ivory, metal, or wood, were used as reliquaries, crosses, and censers, essential items in religious ceremonies. These objects, though small in scale, were highly detailed and precious, serving as spiritual symbols that connected the physical world with the divine. The elaborate ivory carvings, in particular, were used for devotional objects and often featured intricate scenes from the Bible or images of saints, creating sacred focal points for worship and personal devotion. Furthermore, enamel and metalwork were other mediums where Byzantine sculptors left their mark. Enamel work was used to decorate religious vessels and icons, while metal sculpture adorned altars, chalices, and other liturgical items. These items were highly valued not only for their spiritual significance, but also for their aesthetic beauty and the refinement of their craftsmanship. In conclusion, Byzantine sculpture, although constrained by religious and theological considerations, was a vital aspect of the empire's artistic heritage. It played a crucial role in enhancing the sacred spaces of churches and contributing to the empire's religious life, both through architectural decoration and the creation of small-scale devotional objects. The evolution of Byzantine sculpture reflected the empire's shift from classical ideals to a Christian worldview, emphasizing spiritual meaning and the divine over naturalistic representations. Carved ivory works and their symbolism. Carved ivory works were one of the most highly esteemed forms of artistic expression in the Byzantine Empire, prized for their intricate details and symbolic significance. Often associated with religious devotion, these objects were used in a variety of sacred and ceremonial contexts. The Byzantines developed a distinct style of ivory carving that combined the precision of classical art with Christian iconography. These works, though small in scale, were deeply imbued with theological meaning, and their creation was considered an act of reverence. Ivory, primarily sourced from elephant tusks, was chosen for its smooth, fine texture, which allowed for delicate, detailed carving. The material itself was seen as symbolically significant, often associated with purity, strength, and the divine. It was used to create a range of objects, including diptychs, triptychs, reliquaries, altarpieces, and commemorative panels. Carved ivory was not only a medium for creating functional items, but also a canvas for religious and devotional art meant to inspire contemplation and reflection on the divine. One of the most common uses of ivory carving in Byzantium was for diptychs, pairs of hinged panels often used as personal devotional objects or gifts. These diptychs typically featured scenes from the Bible, the life of Christ, or representations of saints and angels. The intricate carvings of these panels serve not only to illustrate important theological themes, but also to act as a visual aid in the meditation and prayer of the viewer. For instance, the famous Archangel Michael diptych showcases the figure of Michael in a highly stylized form, symbolizing divine protection and the triumph of good over evil. Carved ivory works often depicted scenes of Christian theology and the life of Christ, such as the crucifixion, the nativity, or the ascension. These images were crafted in a highly symbolic manner, designed to evoke contemplation of the mysteries of faith. The carvings were less concerned with realistic representation than with capturing the transcendent qualities of the figures. For example, Christ is often depicted with elongated features or surrounded by halos of divine light, emphasizing his divinity rather than his humanity. The figures were arranged in a stylized manner that drew the viewer's eye to key moments in the narrative, reinforcing the sacredness of the scene. In addition to their religious significance, ivory carvings were also used as commemorative works for the imperial court. These often took the form of circular plaques or panels celebrating the achievements of emperors or important religious figures. These works were displayed as a form of prestige and as a visual manifestation of the connection between the earthly and divine realms. The imperial iconography used in these pieces reinforced the idea of the emperor as God's appointed ruler, often showing the emperor receiving divine blessing or presenting gifts to saints. The use of ivory carving in Byzantine art was closely tied to the spiritual realm. The finely crafted carvings, often imbued with religious meaning, were not only objects of beauty, but also tools for worship, connecting the believer to the divine. They were designed to elevate the viewer's mind, invoking contemplation of eternal truths, divine protection, and the mysteries of the faith. As such, Byzantine ivory carvings stand as some of the most beautiful and enduring symbols of the empire's artistic and theological legacy, blending craftsmanship with spiritual symbolism. Gold, silver, and metalwork. Gold, silver, and other precious metals played a significant role in Byzantine art, particularly in the creation of religious objects and luxury items that serve both aesthetic and spiritual purposes. Metalwork in the Byzantine Empire was an expression of wealth, power, and divine glory, reflecting the importance of the sacred in daily life and the emperor's role as God's appointed ruler. The artisans who worked with these metals employed a range of techniques to produce finely detailed objects that were both functional and symbolic. Gold, in particular, was highly prized in Byzantine culture, symbolizing the divine and the eternal. It was commonly used in the creation of icons, reliquaries, crosses, and liturgical vessels. Gold leaf and gold plating were used to adorn religious artifacts, giving them a radiant, otherworldly quality. The use of gold was not just about material wealth, but was deeply symbolic, evoking the light of heaven and the presence of God. For instance, golden chalices and candelabras used in the liturgy were believed to sanctify the Eucharist, further elevating the act of worship into the divine realm. Silver, often used in combination with gold, also had great significance in Byzantine metalwork. Silver was employed in the creation of liturgical vessels, such as patens and ciboriums, as well as reliquaries that housed sacred relics. These silver items were often intricately decorated with Christian symbols, such as crosses, angels, and biblical scenes. The fine craftsmanship displayed in these works was intended to reflect the divine beauty and sanctity of the object. Additionally, silver was often used in the creation of coins, many of which bore the image of the emperor and religious symbols, reinforcing the idea of the emperor's divine mandate. Byzantine metalwork also included more practical items, such as buckles, brooches, and chains, which were intricately designed and sometimes adorned with gems. These items, though secular, were still influenced by Christian symbols and often featured crosses, fish, or other religious motifs, blending the sacred and the everyday in Byzantine life. The use of enamel work in metal pieces added another layer of beauty and symbolism. Champlevé and cloisonné enameling techniques were used to create vibrant, colorful designs that adorned everything from icons to liturgical objects, enhancing their spiritual and aesthetic appeal. The metalworking tradition in the Byzantine Empire was highly sophisticated, and the objects produced were not only valued for their beauty, but also for their function within religious practices. Each piece, whether it was a golden icon frame or a silver chalice, carried with it a sense of sanctity and divine protection. These objects helped foster a connection between the earthly and the divine, and their creation was considered a form of devotion. As such, gold, silver, and metalwork in Byzantine art were far more than just ornamental. They were essential tools for worship, elevating the spiritual experience and symbolizing the unending presence of the divine in the lives of the faithful. Enameling and jewelry design. Enameling and jewelry design in the Byzantine Empire were both highly refined artistic practices, deeply intertwined with the empire's religious and cultural values. The Byzantines were skilled in the use of precious metals and enameling techniques to create stunning pieces of jewelry and ornamental objects that served both decorative and symbolic purposes. These works were not only a testament to the craftsmanship of Byzantine artisans, but also carried deep religious significance, often used in liturgical settings or as personal devotional items. Enameling, a technique where glass-like material is fused onto metal, was particularly important in Byzantine art. The Byzantines excelled in champlevé and cloisonné techniques, where enamel was applied to metal surfaces to create intricate designs. Champlevé involved carving out channels in the metal and filling them with enamel, while cloisonné used thin metal strips to create compartments, which were then filled with enamel. Both techniques allowed for rich color contrasts and fine details, often depicting religious scenes, saints, or symbols, such as crosses, angels, and other motifs central to Christian iconography. These colorful, vibrant designs enhanced the sacredness of the objects they adorned, creating a visual connection between the material world and the divine. Enamel was frequently used in conjunction with gold, silver, and gemstones to create jewelry and religious items of great beauty. Byzantine jewelry was often lavish, with brooches, bracelets, necklaces, rings, and pendants crafted from precious metals and adorned with gemstones such as pearls, sapphires, and emeralds. These pieces were not just for personal adornment, they were symbols of power, status, and devotion. Cross-shaped pendants and reliquaries were commonly worn by individuals seeking protection or a closer connection to the divine, as the cross was seen as both a personal and spiritual shield. Byzantine jewelry often carried strong Christian symbolism, reflecting the values and beliefs of the time. One of the most common symbols was the chi rho, an early Christian monogram for Christ, which was frequently incorporated into jewelry designs. Fish, another Christian symbol, was also commonly depicted, representing Christ as the fisher of men and symbolizing faith and salvation. Additionally, Byzantine jewelry often included portraiture of saints or images of Christ and the Virgin Mary, serving as both decorative art and religious devotion. These pieces were highly valued, not just for their aesthetic qualities, but also for their connection to the divine and the belief that they could offer protection or blessings to the wearer. Wealthy Byzantines, including emperors and elites, used their jewelry and enamel-adorned objects to signify their status, wealth, and connection to the divine. These objects were considered to have both material value and spiritual power, linking the temporal with the eternal. Enameling and jewelry design in the Byzantine Empire left a lasting legacy, influencing both medieval Western and Eastern Christian art. The intricate designs, the use of precious materials, and the spiritual significance of these objects continue to inspire admiration for their beauty and craftsmanship. The decline of freestanding statues. The decline of freestanding statues in Byzantine art is a significant shift that marks a break from the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome. In the classical world, freestanding statues were widely used to represent gods, emperors, and notable figures. These statues were highly realistic, with an emphasis on human proportions, anatomical accuracy, and the depiction of natural movement. However, in the Byzantine Empire, there was a deliberate move away from this form of sculpture, particularly in religious contexts. The primary reason for this shift was the rise of Christianity and its influence on art and religious practices. Early Christians were wary of depicting the human form in three-dimensional, lifelike statues, as they feared the potential for idolatry. The Christian worldview emphasized the transcendence of the divine, and there was a theological concern that representations of the human body, particularly in a naturalistic form, could distract from the spiritual and eternal nature of divine figures. This belief led to a preference for more symbolic and stylized representations of sacred figures, such as icons and mosaics, which allowed for the expression of divine truths without the potential danger of idol worship. During the Byzantine period, the focus shifted to two-dimensional art forms, including icons and mosaics, which adhered more closely to religious doctrine. Icons, often painted on wooden panels, depicted holy figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. These representations were not meant to capture the physical realism of the figures, but rather to reflect their spiritual essence. Similarly, mosaics, which adorned the walls and ceilings of churches, used small pieces of glass or stone to create religious images that conveyed theological meaning rather than human likeness. The decline of freestanding statues in the Byzantine Empire was also related to the practicalities of church architecture. Byzantine churches were designed with an emphasis on interior space that facilitated liturgical rituals and the experience of divine presence. The use of domes and arches allowed for expansive, open interiors, which were often decorated with intricate mosaics and frescoes. The focus was on creating an atmosphere that emphasized the grandeur of the divine rather than the physical representation of the human body. In such an environment, the installation of large, freestanding statues could have disrupted the spiritual focus of the space. Furthermore, the iconoclastic controversy of the 8th and 9th centuries played a crucial role in the decline of statues. During this period, there was an intense debate over the use of religious images in worship. Iconoclasts argued that the veneration of images, including statues, violated the Ten Commandments' prohibition against idols. As a result, many statues and other three-dimensional religious images were destroyed or removed from churches during this time. In summary, the decline of freestanding statues in Byzantine art was driven by religious, theological, and practical considerations. The shift toward two-dimensional art forms, such as icons and mosaics, allowed for a more symbolic and spiritually focused representation of divine figures, aligning with Christian doctrines that emphasize the transcendence of God. This transition reflects the Byzantine commitment to creating a sacred visual language that fostered spiritual contemplation and reinforced the divine nature of religious practice. Chapter 7: The Influence of Court and Imperial Art. The art of the Byzantine Empire was deeply intertwined with the imperial court, as the emperor was seen not only as a political ruler, but also as God's representative on earth. Court and imperial art, therefore, served not just aesthetic purposes, but also reinforced the divine authority and political power of the emperor. The artistic expressions within the court were designed to glorify the emperor's reign, communicate the divine favor bestowed upon him, and showcase the wealth and might of the Byzantine Empire. One of the primary functions of court art was the creation of imperial portraits, which depicted the emperor in a manner that emphasized his divine right to rule. These portraits, often created in icons, mosaics, or illuminated manuscripts, portrayed the emperor as a powerful and regal figure, sometimes surrounded by Christian symbols such as halos to underscore his divine appointment. In these images, the emperor was often shown in ceremonial attire with symbols of imperial authority such as the crown, scepter, and purple robes. This portrayal aimed to reinforce the idea that the emperor was not just a political leader, but also a semi-divine figure, chosen by God to lead the Christian empire. Additionally, imperial art was used to highlight the wealth and grandeur of the Byzantine court. The materials used in the creation of imperial art were often luxurious. Gold, silver, ivory, and precious gemstones were frequently employed to create works that symbolized the empire's opulence and the emperor's elevated status. These lavish works were often displayed in palaces, churches, and public spaces, making the imperial power visible to both the Byzantine elite and common citizens. The grand ceremonial objects used in imperial rituals, such as crowns, scepters, and chalices, were not only functional, but also visually spectacular, often encrusted with jewels and finely detailed with enamel work or gold leaf. Court art also extended to architectural commissions, with the emperor often overseeing the construction of grand palaces and churches that showcased the power and wealth of the Byzantine state. The construction of iconic structures, such as the Hagia Sophia, was a manifestation of the emperor's role as both the head of the state and the head of the church. These monumental works of architecture were intended to glorify God and the emperor simultaneously, with their grand scale and intricate decoration acting as expressions of the emperor's authority and the empire's divine favor. Furthermore, the imperial court commissioned works of art that celebrated the emperor's victories and military achievements. Triumphal arches, mosaics, and coins often depicted the emperor in military attire, symbolizing his success on the battlefield. These representations served not only as a form of propaganda, that reminding the people of the emperor's power and prowess, but also as an assertion of the divine protection granted to the emperor's reign. In summary, court and imperial art in the Byzantine Empire was integral to the political and religious life of the empire. Through the depiction of the emperor as a divine figure, the use of luxurious materials, and the creation of monumental architectural projects, Byzantine art reinforced the emperor's central role in both the earthly and spiritual realms. The influence of the imperial court on art was profound, with art becoming a tool for both political propaganda and spiritual expression. The relationship between art and power. In the Byzantine Empire, art was not only a form of aesthetic expression, but a powerful tool for asserting authority and reinforcing the emperor's divine right to rule. Art was intricately tied to the concept of power, both secular and religious, and played a significant role in the imperial court's ability to govern, control, and influence the population. From portraits of the emperor to the decoration of churches, art served as a visual manifestation of imperial power, conveying messages of stability, divine approval, and military success. The Byzantine emperor was seen as God's appointed ruler, and this belief permeated all aspects of imperial art. The emperor was often depicted in sacred or regal settings, with images of him as a semi-divine figure surrounded by Christian symbols. These representations in icons, mosaics, and manuscripts helped to elevate the emperor above mere mortals, emphasizing his authority as both a political leader and a spiritual figure. The halo, commonly used in Byzantine depictions of Christ and saints, was also frequently applied to the emperor's image, symbolizing divine favor and reinforcing his role as the representative of God on earth. Moreover, the imperial court used art to display its wealth and status, which were essential to maintaining political power. Luxurious materials, such as gold, silver, and gems, were employed in the creation of ceremonial objects like crowns, scepters, and liturgical vessels, further emphasizing the emperor's elevated position in society. These lavish works were not only a reflection of the empire's riches, but also a way of asserting power over the people. The emperor, as the patron of such art, controlled its production, shaping the cultural landscape to reflect his supremacy. The relationship between art and power extended beyond the emperor. Religious leaders, particularly bishops and patriarchs, also used art to communicate their authority within the Christian church. Church architecture, such as the construction of grand cathedrals and monasteries, served as physical symbols of divine power and the church's influence over the people. The Hagia Sophia, as an architectural masterpiece, was not only a place of worship, but a statement of imperial and spiritual power, with its massive dome symbolizing the heavens and the emperor's connection to the divine. In addition, art was employed as a means of political propaganda. The portrayal of the emperor's military victories in mosaics, coins, and triumphal arches reinforced his image as a strong leader who protected the empire. These works served to legitimize his rule by associating his reign with divine favor and success on the battlefield. Art helped to ensure that the people saw the emperor not only as a leader, but as the protector and unifier of the empire. In conclusion, art in the Byzantine Empire was deeply entwined with the exercise of power. It reinforced the emperor's divine right to rule, showcased wealth and military achievements, and communicated both spiritual and political authority. Art became a central tool for shaping public perception, consolidating imperial control, and ensuring the continued strength of the Byzantine Empire. Portraits of emperors and their symbolism. In Byzantine art, portraits of emperors held significant power, not only as representations of the individual rulers, but as symbols of the empire itself. These portraits were not simply likenesses. They were carefully crafted to convey the emperor's divine authority, political legitimacy, and military prowess. They were a key tool for solidifying the emperor's image in the eyes of the public, reinforcing his role as the God-appointed ruler of the Byzantine Empire. The emperor's portrait was often depicted in a highly idealized manner, emphasizing his divine right to rule rather than his physical features. The iconography used in these depictions was rich in symbolism, aiming to portray the emperor as a semi-divine figure. One of the most prominent features in these portraits was the halo, a symbol of holiness typically reserved for Christ and saints. When applied to the emperor, the halo indicated that he was not only the political ruler, but also had divine favor, emphasizing his role as God's representative on earth. Emperor portraits were often seen in icons, mosaics, and manuscripts, where they were placed in churches, public spaces, and imperial palaces. These images emphasized the emperor's unassailable power, linking him directly with divine authority. The emperor's posture in these portraits also held deep significance. He was frequently shown in a stance that symbolized his military strength and leadership, often holding symbols of imperial authority, such as a scepter or globus cruciger, a globe topped with a cross, which signified his dominion over both the secular and spiritual realms. Another key element of imperial portraits was the use of imperial regalia. The purple robes worn by the emperor were a symbol of imperial dignity, as purple was an expensive color that only the emperor and his closest family could wear. These portraits conveyed a sense of divine kingship, positioning the emperor not just as a ruler, but as a central figure in the Christian world. The eyes in portraits also held significant meaning. Often exaggerated in size, the eyes were meant to reflect the emperor's vigilance and wisdom. This focus on the eyes not only gave a sense of spiritual insight, but also communicated the emperor's ever-watchful presence over his empire and his people. Finally, these portraits were often used as a form of propaganda to solidify the emperor's position and create a consistent visual language of authority. They helped reinforce the idea that the emperor was the central figure in maintaining the empire's stability and its connection to the divine, thus fostering loyalty and respect among the subjects of the Byzantine state. Through these portraits, art became an indispensable means of conveying the emperor's role and influence both in the spiritual and earthly realms. Imperial workshops and artistic patronage. In the Byzantine Empire, the imperial court played a central role in shaping the artistic landscape through its patronage and control of artistic production. The emperor and the imperial family were not only the political rulers, but also the primary patrons of art, commissioning works that reflected the empire's religious and political values. This patronage was essential for both preserving Byzantine traditions and furthering the empire's ideals, with the most significant works often produced in imperial workshops. Imperial workshops were highly organized and operated under the direct supervision of the emperor or a trusted official, ensuring that the art produced was of the highest quality and aligned with imperial goals. These workshops were hubs of creativity where skilled artisans and craftsmen worked together to create luxurious objects, mosaics, manuscripts, and architectural decorations. The imperial court was the primary patron of these workshops, funding the creation of these works for religious, political, and symbolic purposes. Artists and craftsmen were often provided with royal stipends or land, securing their loyalty and allowing them to focus on their craft. One of the key aspects of imperial patronage was the support of religious art. Emperors commissioned numerous icons, mosaics, and frescoes for churches, monasteries, and public buildings. These works were intended to glorify God, while also reinforcing the emperor's role as God's chosen ruler. In some cases, the emperor would be depicted alongside religious figures such as Christ and the Virgin Mary, emphasizing the divine connection between the emperor's power and the heavenly realm. This divine association was crucial in justifying the emperor's rule and maintaining the concept of divine right. Artistic patronage was also used as a political tool, especially in the creation of triumphal monuments and commemorative works. The imperial workshops produced sculptures, medals, and coins that celebrated the emperor's military victories and reinforced his status as the protector of the empire. These works were often placed in public spaces to be viewed by the citizens, further solidifying the emperor's image as a powerful and successful ruler. Additionally, royal palaces and public buildings were adorned with decorative elements that portrayed the emperor's achievements and the grandeur of the Byzantine state. Furthermore, the imperial court's patronage extended to the creation of manuscripts. The production of illuminated texts, including religious books, was a highly specialized and valuable art form. The court supported the scribes, illuminators, and bookbinders, ensuring that these works of art would serve both liturgical and propagandistic purposes. These manuscripts were often lavishly decorated with gold, intricate designs, and vibrant colors, making them symbols of wealth, power, and religious devotion. In conclusion, the imperial workshops and the artistic patronage of the Byzantine emperor were crucial to the development and continuation of Byzantine art. These workshops produced works that served to glorify the emperor, reinforce his divine right to rule, and communicate political messages to the people. Through the patronage of art, the emperor shaped the visual culture of the empire, ensuring that the artistic legacy of Byzantium would endure. The use of luxury objects in court life. In the Byzantine Empire, luxury objects were not simply adornments or status symbols. They played a significant role in the rituals and daily life of the imperial court. These objects were carefully crafted from precious materials such as gold, silver, gems, and ivory, and their use transcended mere aesthetics. They were imbued with deep symbolic meaning, often representing the emperor's wealth, divine right to rule, and the empire's power. These luxury items were a manifestation of the emperor's authority, as well as a means of reinforcing the grandeur and sacredness of the imperial court. One of the most important luxury items in Byzantine court life was the crown. Made from gold and often encrusted with gems, crowns symbolized the emperor's divine and earthly power. They were worn during important ceremonies, such as coronations, military triumphs, and religious events, emphasizing the emperor's central role in the governance of both the earthly and divine realms. The purple robes worn by the emperor were also highly symbolic. The color purple was a rare and expensive dye, reserved for the imperial family and used to symbolize the emperor's unparalleled status. These robes, often embroidered with intricate patterns and symbols, were a visual representation of imperial authority and exclusivity. In addition to ceremonial attire, luxury objects were used in the daily rituals of the court. Religious relics, housed in ornate containers, such as chalices, reliquaries, and liturgical vessels, were displayed in the imperial palace during religious observances. These sacred objects, often made from precious metals, served to underline the emperor's role as the protector of the Christian faith and his connection to the divine. The use of gold and silver in these objects not only demonstrated the wealth of the empire, but also symbolized the heavenly nature of the Christian God. Luxury items were also used to enhance the imperial palace itself. Ivory carvings, fine textiles, and decorative jewelry adorned the palace's interiors, reinforcing the emperor's status as the divine ruler. These objects were displayed in public spaces, allowing visitors to witness the splendor of the court. The elaborate designs often featured Christian iconography, which highlighted the emperor's role as God's chosen ruler and served as a reminder of the sacred nature of his reign. Furthermore, luxury objects served as gifts and diplomatic tools. The emperor would often present these exquisite items to foreign dignitaries or allies, strengthening political and diplomatic ties. These gifts were not just signs of generosity, but also subtle reminders of the power and wealth of the Byzantine court. In conclusion, luxury objects in Byzantine court life were more than mere embellishments. They were deeply intertwined with the empire's political, religious, and cultural systems. These objects played a crucial role in reinforcing the emperor's divine authority, promoting his image as a powerful ruler, and symbolizing the wealth and influence of the Byzantine Empire. The impact of Byzantine art beyond the empire. Byzantine art had a profound influence that reached far beyond the boundaries of the empire, shaping the visual cultures of neighboring regions and even distant areas. Its impact was particularly significant in the development of Christian art and architecture in both the Eastern and Western worlds. The artistic traditions established in the Byzantine Empire provided a framework for the artistic practices of later civilizations, spreading through trade, conquest, and missionary activity. One of the most important areas in which Byzantine art left its mark was in the Eastern Orthodox Christian world. As the Byzantine Empire began to decline, its religious art, particularly the tradition of iconography, spread to countries such as Russia, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece. The early Russian Orthodox Church, for example, was greatly influenced by the iconographic traditions of Byzantium. The use of icons, along with their theological and liturgical significance, became central to the religious practices in these regions. The Russian icons of the Kievan Rus, particularly those produced in the 11th and 12th centuries, closely resembled Byzantine prototypes, both in style and symbolism. As Christianity spread into Eastern Europe, the Byzantine style of religious art was adopted and adapted to local tastes and customs, but its essence remained deeply rooted in the iconographic and spiritual traditions of the Byzantine Empire. In the Western world, the influence of Byzantine art was also felt, especially during the early Middle Ages. As the Byzantine Empire maintained its presence in Italy, particularly in cities like Ravenna, Byzantine mosaics and architectural elements were incorporated into the design of churches and basilicas. The mosaics of Ravenna, with their bright colors and intricate details, provided a visual language that would later influence the development of Romanesque and Gothic styles in Western Europe. The Pope's residence in Rome also adopted aspects of Byzantine art, which were reflected in the artistic patronage of the Vatican and other church buildings. Furthermore, Islamic art, particularly in regions such as Syria, Egypt, and Persia, was significantly influenced by Byzantine visual culture, especially in terms of architectural elements. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, for example, reveals the influence of Byzantine architectural techniques, such as the use of domes and intricate mosaics, which were incorporated into Islamic architecture. The Byzantine style of decoration, especially the arabesque patterns, can be seen in many Islamic mosques and palaces. Additionally, the Byzantine artistic influence helped shape the development of the Islamic calligraphic tradition, as well as the use of abstract and geometric designs that were integral to Islamic art. Byzantine art also played a role in the transmission of classical knowledge to the Renaissance. The preservation of ancient Roman and Greek texts in Byzantine monasteries was a crucial part of the intellectual and artistic renewal that would later emerge in Italy. The Byzantine Empire's dedication to scholarship, particularly in the fields of philosophy and the arts, helped lay the foundation for the intellectual achievements of the Renaissance, when many of the classical ideas and artistic techniques were revived and adapted. In conclusion, Byzantine art's impact extended far beyond the empire, influencing the development of Christian art, architecture, and intellectual thought across Europe, Russia, and the Islamic world. The visual language established by the Byzantines through their use of icons, mosaics, and architectural designs continues to resonate in various cultures, shaping the course of art history for centuries to come. Chapter 8: Frescoes and Wall Paintings. Frescoes and wall paintings were essential components of Byzantine art, primarily used to convey religious narratives and theological ideas within the context of sacred spaces. These forms of art were an immersive part of church and monastery decoration, helping to elevate the spiritual atmosphere and guide the faithful in their understanding of Christian teachings. The fresco technique involved painting on freshly laid plaster, which allowed the pigments to be absorbed and bonded with the surface, creating vibrant, lasting images that were both decorative and instructional. The themes of Byzantine frescoes were deeply religious, often focusing on scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints. These wall paintings were strategically placed within churches to illustrate the sacred history and provide visual commentary on the divine. The Pantocrator, Christ as ruler of the universe, for example, was a prominent figure in many Byzantine churches, especially in the dome of the church, representing Christ's sovereignty over heaven and earth. The crucifixion, resurrection, and other biblical events were frequently depicted on the church walls to remind worshipers of the central tenets of Christianity. One of the unique features of Byzantine frescoes was the iconographic style used in their creation. Figures were portrayed with a sense of spiritual gravity rather than naturalistic accuracy. This meant that characters such as Christ, the Virgin, and the saints were often shown with exaggerated features, like large eyes or serene, unearthly expressions which conveyed their holy nature. Symbolism played a key role in these paintings, with colors, gestures, and positioning of figures all carrying theological significance. For instance, halos were used to denote holiness, and the position of Christ in majesty could communicate his role as the divine ruler. The purpose of frescoes was not just to beautify spaces, but also to act as visual tools for religious education. Many people in the Byzantine Empire were illiterate, and the frescoes acted as a means to teach biblical stories and doctrines to the masses. The images of saints and biblical figures were designed to instruct, inspire devotion, and help the faithful engage with the divine mysteries represented on the walls. The scale and grandeur of the frescoes also had an architectural significance. The wall paintings were integrated into the design of the church, with the architectural elements such as arches, domes, and naves providing a framework for the scenes. The combination of architecture and frescoes created a powerful visual impact, enhancing the sense of the sacred and the presence of God in the church. In conclusion, frescoes and wall paintings were a vital form of artistic expression in the Byzantine Empire. They were not only religious symbols, but also educational tools that communicated the profound spiritual messages of Christianity. Through their vibrant imagery, these artworks helped to shape the visual culture of the empire and left a lasting legacy in the development of Christian art. The role of frescoes in religious spaces. Frescoes played a central role in the spiritual life of the Byzantine Empire, particularly in religious spaces such as churches, monasteries, and chapels. These painted works of art were not merely decorative, but served as profound tools for worship, theological expression, and religious education. The fresco's primary function was to visually communicate the sacred narratives of Christianity, immersing the faithful in a spiritual experience that transcended the mundane world. One of the most important roles of frescoes in religious spaces was their ability to illustrate biblical stories and Christian doctrine. In the Byzantine tradition, the walls and ceilings of churches were often adorned with large-scale frescoes depicting key scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints. These images, which often covered entire walls, acted as a visual catechism, teaching religious narratives to a largely illiterate population. The stories, painted on the walls, helped worshippers understand the mysteries of Christianity, from the birth of Christ to the crucifixion and the resurrection. The placement of frescoes within the church was symbolic. Frescoes often filled the apse, dome, and nave of the church, with the most important images placed in prominent locations. The Pantocrator image of Christ, typically depicted in the dome, symbolized Christ as the ruler of the universe and was often the central figure of the church's spiritual authority. Other images, such as the Last Judgment and the Deesis, a depiction of Christ flanked by the Virgin Mary and John the Baptist, were placed above the altar or near the entrance, underscoring the relationship between the divine and the worshippers. In addition to their role in educating and guiding the faithful, frescoes in religious spaces were also spiritual aids. The imagery used in the frescoes was carefully crafted to evoke a sense of the sacred. The stylized depictions of holy figures, such as saints, angels, and Christ, emphasized their divine nature, which helped create a spiritual atmosphere conducive to prayer and reflection. The use of vibrant colors and the grand scale of the frescoes heightened the emotional impact of the images, drawing the worshippers' attention toward the divine and facilitating a deeper connection to God. The spatial relationship between the frescoes and the architecture of the church also played a key role. Byzantine churches were designed to reflect the cosmic order, and the frescoes helped enhance this sense of divine harmony. The placement of figures in relation to architectural elements like columns, arches, and domes symbolized the intersection of the heavenly and the earthly, reinforcing the church as a sacred space where the divine presence was felt. Ultimately, frescoes in Byzantine religious spaces were a powerful means of conveying spiritual teachings and creating an environment where the faithful could encounter the divine. Their vivid imagery and strategic placement within the church structure made them essential tools for both worship and devotion, and their impact on the religious experience of Byzantine Christians cannot be overstated. Techniques and materials in fresco painting. Fresco painting in the Byzantine Empire was a highly specialized technique that required both skill and precision, involving specific materials and methods to create lasting and vibrant works of art. This method was not only used for its durability, but also because of its symbolic connection to the idea of the artwork becoming one with the structure it adorned. The techniques and materials involved in fresco painting played a vital role in producing the luminous and divine atmosphere found in Byzantine religious spaces. The most commonly used fresco technique was true fresco, or buon fresco, which involved applying pigments onto freshly laid lime plaster. This process meant that as the plaster dried, the pigments chemically bound to the surface, becoming an integral part of the wall itself. The result was a durable and long-lasting work of art that could withstand the passage of time, making fresco an ideal choice for monumental wall paintings in churches and monasteries. The painter worked in sections, often completing one small area at a time while the plaster was still wet, a technique known as giornata. This method required precise planning and skilled execution, as there was little room for correction once the plaster dried. The pigments used in fresco painting were typically derived from natural sources, including minerals and plants. Earth pigments, such as ochre, were mixed with water to create a range of colors from earthy browns and reds to yellows and greens. Lapis lazuli, a semi-precious stone, was ground into powder to create the intense blue known as ultramarine, which was highly valued in Byzantine art and often used to depict heavenly or divine subjects, such as the robes of the Virgin Mary. The use of these vibrant, rich colors helped to emphasize the spiritual significance of the figures and scenes depicted in the frescoes. To create fine details and highlights, the artist would sometimes use tempera, a painting technique involving egg yolk mixed with pigment, as a finishing layer on top of the fresco once the plaster had dried. This allowed for the creation of delicate details, such as the facial features of saints or Christ, adding depth and dimension to the images. The combination of fresco and tempera also allowed artists to add gold leaf and other fine materials, which were used to highlight key elements of the fresco, such as halos or divine light. The preparation of the surface was also a critical part of the fresco process. The wall or ceiling would first be treated with a rough layer of plaster to create a base, followed by a smoother finishing layer, known as the intonaco. Once the surface was ready, the artist would sketch out the design, often using a cartoon, a detailed drawing on paper, which was transferred onto the wall using pricking and pouncing methods. This technique ensured that the proportions and details of the design were accurate, particularly for large and complex scenes. In conclusion, the materials and techniques used in Byzantine fresco painting were central to the creation of visually striking and enduring religious art. The vibrant colors, durable application, and symbolic use of the medium all contributed to the fresco's role in enhancing the spiritual experience within sacred spaces, making fresco painting one of the most important artistic practices in the Byzantine Empire. Themes and narratives in wall paintings. Wall paintings in the Byzantine Empire were not just decorative elements within religious spaces. They were powerful conveyors of theological concepts and biblical stories. These artworks, often covering large expanses of walls and ceilings in churches and monasteries, served as visual catechisms for an illiterate populace, using imagery to communicate complex religious narratives and spiritual teachings. The themes and narratives depicted in Byzantine wall paintings were integral to the church's role as a place of worship and instruction. One of the central themes in Byzantine wall paintings was the life of Christ. Major events in Christ's life, from his birth and nativity to his crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension, were commonly portrayed. These scenes were meant to remind the faithful of the central tenets of Christianity, offering visual representations of salvation history. The crucifixion was often depicted as a dramatic central motif, symbolizing Christ's sacrifice for humanity's sins, while the resurrection represented hope and the promise of eternal life. These scenes were particularly significant in fostering spiritual reflection during the liturgical year. Another prominent theme in Byzantine wall paintings was the depiction of the Virgin Mary, or Theotokos, the Mother of God. The Virgin Mary held a prominent place in the religious consciousness of the Byzantine people, and she was often depicted in majestic poses, such as the Hodegetria, holding Christ and pointing to him as the way to salvation, or the Elusa, a tender portrayal of Mary and Christ in intimate connection. These images emphasized her role as an intercessor between humanity and the divine, reflecting the deep veneration the Byzantine faithful had for her as a source of mercy and protection. The life of saints was another crucial theme in Byzantine wall paintings. These images served not only to honor the saints, but also to inspire the faithful by showcasing the lives of individuals who had exemplified Christian virtues. Scenes from the lives of saints such as St. George, St. Nicholas, and St. Catherine were commonly depicted, emphasizing the triumph of faith over adversity. The portrayal of saints in these paintings was meant to encourage emulation, as the saints were seen as models of holiness and piety. Byzantine wall paintings also frequently depicted the Last Judgment, where Christ was shown as the ultimate judge of humanity. This theme was a reminder of the eternal consequences of one's actions and the need for repentance. The heavenly realm, often filled with angels and saints, was juxtaposed with the damned, reinforcing the moral dichotomy between the saved and the condemned. Such scenes were particularly powerful in emphasizing the transient nature of earthly life and the eternal significance of one's actions. In conclusion, the themes and narratives depicted in Byzantine wall paintings were deeply interwoven with the religious and spiritual fabric of the empire. These works of art were not merely decorative. They served as visual tools for education, spiritual reflection, and worship. By portraying key moments of salvation history, the lives of saints, and the ultimate judgment of mankind, Byzantine wall paintings helped to shape the religious experience and deepen the faith of the people. Regional variations in Byzantine frescoes. Byzantine frescoes, though unified in their core religious themes and iconographic style, exhibited notable regional variations across the vast territories of the Byzantine Empire. These differences were influenced by local artistic traditions, cultural exchanges, and the specific needs of the religious communities. Despite these variations, Byzantine frescoes maintained a distinctive spiritual character, unifying the different regions under a common religious and artistic identity while allowing for the expression of local styles. In Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, frescoes were often characterized by their grandeur and sophistication. The city's wealth and status as the center of imperial power allowed for the creation of some of the most elaborate and detailed frescoes. The walls of the imperial palaces and churches, such as the Hagia Sophia, were adorned with monumental scenes that were meant to convey the divine authority of the emperor and the centrality of the church. In these frescoes, the figures were often rendered with a sense of majesty and power, reinforcing the political and religious unity of the empire. The use of vibrant colors and luxurious materials, including gold leaf and lapis lazuli, was common in the capital, emphasizing the importance of the divine in both the imperial and spiritual realms. In contrast, frescoes in the provinces of the Byzantine Empire, such as in the Balkans or Asia Minor, tended to be simpler and more direct in their visual language. The frescoes in these regions often focused on the depiction of biblical scenes and saints, with a more restrained use of space and color. While still adhering to the core principles of Byzantine iconography, the provincial frescoes were sometimes less elaborate in terms of architectural integration and decorative detail. This was due, in part, to the more limited resources and regional differences in patronage. Nonetheless, these frescoes were no less spiritual or meaningful, as they provided a means of connecting the faithful to the divine through clear and accessible representations of the sacred. In places like Mount Athos or Russia, which had close ties to Byzantine Christianity, frescoes took on a distinctly monastic and ascetic quality. The frescoes of Mount Athos, for example, often featured austere depictions of the monastic ideal, focusing on images of saints, angels, and contemplative scenes. These frescoes were created with an emphasis on meditation and spiritual enlightenment, encouraging a contemplative relationship with the divine. The frescoes of Russia, influenced by Byzantine art through the spread of Orthodox Christianity, evolved their own regional characteristics, blending Byzantine iconography with local styles and traditions. Russian frescoes, for example, developed their own distinct use of color and a tendency for more narrative detail in certain depictions. Despite these regional differences, the fundamental purpose of Byzantine frescoes remained the same: to educate, inspire, and elevate the soul. Whether in the opulent churches of Constantinople or the simpler monastic cells of Mount Athos, the frescoes across the Byzantine world continued to serve as a visual bridge between the earthly and the divine, speaking the universal language of faith. Famous frescoes in churches and monasteries. Throughout the Byzantine Empire, numerous frescoes in churches and monasteries stand as masterpieces of religious art, preserving the spiritual and artistic achievements of the era. These frescoes not only showcase the divine, but also reveal the grandeur and devotion of Byzantine culture. Some of the most iconic and famous frescoes, still admired today, can be found in sacred spaces that highlight the empire's artistic legacy. One of the most famous examples of Byzantine frescoes can be found in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, now Istanbul. The church's vast interior, particularly its dome and galleries, was adorned with stunning frescoes that depicted key figures of Christianity, including Christ Pantocrator in the dome, surrounded by angels and saints. These frescoes illustrated the church's central theological theme, reinforcing Christ's omnipotence and divine authority. The Hagia Sophia's frescoes are remarkable not just for their religious significance, but also for their innovative use of space and light, which harmonized with the architecture to elevate the viewer's experience of the divine presence. Another exceptional example of Byzantine frescoes can be found in the Monastery of Daphne, near Athens. Dating from the 11th century, the frescoes in the monastery's church, the Catholicon, are some of the most complete examples of Byzantine iconography. The most famous fresco here is the Christ Pantocrator in the dome, where Christ is depicted as the ruler and judge of the world. Surrounding the central image are scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and various saints, all painted with vivid color and remarkable detail. These frescoes are renowned for their clarity and the emotional depth of their figures, which convey the spiritual authority and solemnity of the sacred narratives. In the Monastery of the Virgin of Hosoviotissa on the island of Amorgos, Greece, a striking fresco of the Virgin and Child can be seen, which dates back to the 11th century. The work is especially notable for its expression of tenderness and maternal affection between the Virgin and the Christ child, offering a beautiful representation of the relationship between the sacred and the human. The vibrant colors, the composition, and the attention to the emotional aspects of the figures set it apart as a fine example of Byzantine art's ability to convey spiritual intimacy. The Church of St. George in Krivari, in northern Greece, is another renowned site for its extraordinary frescoes. The church, built in the 10th century, features a rich collection of frescoes that depict biblical stories, saints, and scenes of the Last Judgment. These frescoes are often praised for their bright colors, dynamic compositions, and fine detailing, and they provide valuable insight into the stylistic development of Byzantine art during this period. In the Vatopedi Monastery on Mount Athos, the frescoes found within the church and surrounding rooms are revered as some of the best examples of Byzantine wall painting. Dating from the 12th and 13th centuries, these frescoes depict scenes of the life of Christ and various saints, rendered in a style that reflects the peak of Byzantine artistic refinement. The monastery's frescoes are highly regarded for their spiritual depth and intricate details, as well as their preservation of traditional Byzantine artistic themes. These famous frescoes in churches and monasteries demonstrate the enduring power of Byzantine art to visually convey theological ideas, elevate the soul, and express the deep spiritual convictions of the empire's people. Through these works, we can still experience the divine vision that guided Byzantine artists and appreciate how their legacy continues to influence the world's understanding of sacred art. Chapter 9. Music and Liturgical Arts. In the Byzantine Empire, music and liturgical arts formed the heart of religious practice, shaping the worship experience within churches and monasteries. These artistic expressions were seen as a means to elevate the soul and facilitate a connection with the divine, drawing the faithful into a transcendent realm through both auditory and visual beauty. The intricate relationship between liturgical music, hymns, ritual, and church decoration reflected the profound spiritual life of the Byzantine people. Byzantine liturgical music is one of the most enduring legacies of the empire, forming the foundation for Eastern Orthodox Christian chant. Rooted in ancient Christian traditions, Byzantine chant was characterized by its monophonic, single melody, structure, and modal nature, emphasizing the spiritual over the artistic. Sung in Greek, the music was largely unaccompanied, relying solely on the human voice to carry the sacred words. Chants were a key feature of the Divine Liturgy, the central act of worship, and were performed by choirs, soloists, or even small groups of deacons. These chants were designed to support the liturgy, drawing attention to the divine presence and helping the congregation to enter a meditative state. One of the most distinctive aspects of Byzantine liturgical music was the use of hymns. These hymns were deeply theological, often written to celebrate important saints, the life of Christ, or the Virgin Mary. They were performed during the liturgical calendar's significant feast days and were often structured around the daily offices of the Church. The Akathist hymn, a beautiful and elaborate praise of the Virgin Mary, is among the most famous of these hymns and remains central to Eastern Orthodox worship today. In addition to music, the liturgical arts in Byzantine churches encompass the creation of sacred spaces, including the furnishings and decorations of the church. The architecture itself was an integral part of the liturgy, with the placement of icons, altars, and mosaics all playing a role in guiding the faithful through the worship experience. Iconostasis, the iconic screen that separates the altar from the rest of the church, served as both a visual and spiritual barrier, inviting the faithful to focus on the divine mysteries unfolding during the liturgy. The gold-leafed icons that adorned the church's walls and altarpieces, along with the rich colors and symbolism, added to the sanctity of the space, creating an atmosphere that encouraged reflection and reverence. Byzantine music and liturgical arts were designed to provide a transformative spiritual experience, using sound, imagery, and space to create a sacred encounter with God. Their beauty and deep theological meaning continue to influence Christian worship, reminding us of the lasting spiritual legacy of the Byzantine Empire. The role of music in Byzantine worship. In Byzantine worship, music held a vital role in shaping the religious experience, serving as a powerful conduit for devotion and spiritual connection. Integral to the liturgy, Byzantine music was not just an artistic expression, but a means of facilitating a sacred atmosphere, one in which the faithful could encounter the divine. The deeply spiritual nature of Byzantine music, characterized by its monophonic melodies and modal structure, emphasized contemplation and prayer over entertainment or display, reflecting the empire's theological understanding that worship should elevate the soul toward God. Byzantine liturgical music was primarily vocal, performed by choirs or soloists during church services. The most well-known form was the Byzantine chant, a style that evolved from the early Christian tradition of hymns and psalms. This music was characterized by its simplicity and reverence, with each note carefully chosen to reflect the sacred nature of the words being sung. Chanting was seen as a way to carry the prayers of the faithful directly to God, making it an essential component of religious practice. The monophonic nature of the chant, with its single melodic line, conveyed a sense of unity and focus, allowing the congregation to participate in the worship through shared vocal expression. The Divine Liturgy, the central act of worship in the Byzantine Church, was the primary context in which Byzantine music flourished. During the liturgy, hymns were sung at specific points to celebrate different aspects of Christian doctrine and commemorate key moments in Christ's life and the lives of the saints. For example, the hymn to the Virgin Mary, known as the Akathist hymn, was sung during the Lenten period, praising the Virgin's role in salvation history. Similarly, hymns during major feast days, such as Christmas and Easter, celebrated the core mysteries of the Christian faith, creating an atmosphere that invited the worshiper into a deeper relationship with the divine. One of the distinctive features of Byzantine music was its emphasis on theology through sound. The music was not just an accompaniment to the service, but was intrinsically tied to the theological messages of the liturgy. Each chant and hymn was carefully crafted to reflect Christian beliefs, often drawing directly from Scripture. By engaging the senses, Byzantine music helped convey the spiritual truths of the faith in a way that was accessible to the listener, aiding in the meditation of God's Word. Overall, music in Byzantine worship was a means of lifting the soul to a higher plane, where the boundaries between the earthly and the divine were blurred. It served as both a form of prayer and a tool for connecting the worshiper with the sacred mysteries of the Church, reinforcing the central belief that through music, one could experience a deeper encounter with God. Byzantine chant and its development. Byzantine chant holds a central place in the religious and cultural life of the Byzantine Empire, forming the foundation of liturgical music in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. With its origins rooted in early Christian and Jewish musical traditions, Byzantine chant evolved over centuries into a distinct and sophisticated form of sacred music that profoundly shaped the spiritual experience of the Byzantine Church. The primary function of Byzantine chant was to enhance the worship experience, helping to transport the faithful into a divine realm where the mysteries of the Christian faith could be meditated upon through sound. The development of Byzantine chant is tied closely to the liturgy of the Church. Initially, chant served as a way to set the tone for Christian worship, as early Christians incorporated Jewish chanting traditions, such as psalm singing, into their services. By the time of the Byzantine Empire, chant had evolved into a highly developed system with unique melodic and modal characteristics. Monophony, a single melodic line without accompaniment, became the hallmark of Byzantine chant, emphasizing a meditative quality that invited reflection and contemplation rather than performance or entertainment. The melodies of Byzantine chant were built upon a modal system, which was influenced by the ancient Greek scales. This system of 8 modes, or ekoi, shaped the tonality of the chants and provided a framework for composers to create melodies that were both spiritually uplifting and theologically meaningful. Unlike Western Christian music, which used harmony, Byzantine chant was exclusively monophonic, focusing instead on the purity and clarity of the melodic line. The development of Byzantine chant can be traced through several key periods, from its early forms in the Christian Church through the more structured chants of the Middle Byzantine period, circa 7th to 12th centuries. During this time, the chant became more standardized, with the rise of a system of notation that allowed the preservation and dissemination of chants across the empire. This development made it possible for Byzantine chant to spread across the empire and endure through centuries, despite shifts in the political and religious landscape. One of the most influential aspects of Byzantine chant was its close relationship with the liturgy. Each chant, hymn, and psalm had a specific place within the liturgical calendar, corresponding to feast days, saint celebrations, and major events in the life of Christ. This liturgical function meant that Byzantine chant was not just music, but an integral part of worship that helped structure the flow of the divine liturgy and provided the faithful with a spiritual framework for their daily lives. Ultimately, Byzantine chant became an essential element of Eastern Orthodox Christian identity, carrying with it the theological, cultural, and musical legacy of the Byzantine Empire. Its continued use in modern Orthodox services demonstrates its enduring importance and its role as a bridge between the sacred past and the present. Musical notation and its evolution. The evolution of musical notation in the Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting the rich tradition of Byzantine chant. As liturgical music was central to the religious practices of the Byzantine Church, the need for a standardized system of notation became apparent. Over time, this system evolved from simple textual markings to a more sophisticated method of recording the melodies that accompanied the prayers and hymns of the church. In the earliest days of Christian worship, music was passed down orally, and chants were memorized by singers. However, as the need for consistency grew, especially with the expansion of the Byzantine Empire, a system of notation was developed to ensure that the chants could be accurately reproduced across vast distances. The earliest form of notation in Byzantine music was a system known as pneumatic notation. This method used marks or symbols placed above the text to indicate the general shape of the melody, guiding the singer on whether the pitch should rise or fall. These marks were not precise, as the system was designed more to jog the memory of the singer rather than to provide an exact musical transcription. By the 9th century, with the influence of Byzantine scholars such as St. John of Damascus, more formalized notation systems were developed. The introduction of staff notation began to take hold, with horizontal lines being used to represent specific pitches. This system was refined over time, and the Byzantine musical notation eventually came to resemble a hybrid of the earlier pneumatic system and the more familiar staff notation used in Western music. This development allowed for greater precision in the transcription of chants and hymns, helping preserve the intricate melodies of Byzantine music for future generations. By the Middle Byzantine period, 9th to 12th centuries, the system of notation had evolved significantly, incorporating additional symbols to indicate duration and intonation. Ephonetic notation, for example, was used to show the rise and fall of the voice in chant, while special marks indicated the emphasis or melodic movement of the text. This more advanced notation system ensured that Byzantine chants could be reproduced more accurately, even in distant provinces of the empire. Throughout the centuries, musical notation continued to evolve, influenced by both the practical needs of the church and the rise of musical scholarship. The Byzantine notation system became more standardized, and by the 14th century, the use of written notation had spread throughout the Eastern Christian world. This system of notation not only preserved the Byzantine musical heritage, but also laid the foundation for future developments in Eastern Orthodox liturgical music. Today, the legacy of Byzantine musical notation lives on in the continuing use of these ancient systems in the liturgies of the Eastern Orthodox Church. While modern notation has evolved, the core principles of Byzantine music and its notation remain deeply influential, ensuring that the sacred chants of the Byzantine Empire continue to resonate through time. Instruments used in religious and secular settings. In the Byzantine Empire, music played a crucial role in both religious and secular settings, with instruments enhancing the soundscape of liturgical ceremonies as well as public and private life. The use of musical instruments in religious services, however, was distinct from their role in secular contexts, with a marked preference for vocal music in the sacred sphere. Despite this, various instruments were employed in different settings, contributing to the rich diversity of Byzantine music. In religious settings, the focus of Byzantine liturgical music was primarily on vocal performance, particularly the Byzantine chant. Unlike in Western Christian traditions, where instruments were more commonly used in church music, the Byzantine Church rejected the use of instruments during the Divine Liturgy. The belief was that the human voice, unaccompanied, could better elevate the soul towards the divine. However, instruments did have a place in certain liturgical rites, especially during processions and other special church occasions. For example, the symphonia, a type of stringed instrument that resembled a small harp, was sometimes used in the Orthros morning service. The organ, known in the Byzantine world as the hydraulis, was another instrument occasionally used, primarily in large churches like the Hagia Sophia, though it was never central to worship. The use of the organ became particularly popular during the later centuries of the empire, though it was still considered a secondary element to the vocal chant. On the secular side, musical instruments played a more prominent role, particularly in entertainment, court life, and public celebrations. Instruments such as the lyra, a type of stringed instrument similar to a violin, were commonly used in secular contexts, accompanying both solo performances and ensemble music. The kithara, an ancient Greek stringed instrument similar to a large lyre, was also popular in the Byzantine period, often used in banquets, celebrations, and theatrical performances. Additionally, wind instruments, such as the aulos, a double reed instrument similar to a modern oboe, were commonly used in both public celebrations and court entertainments. The drum and various types of percussion instruments also made their way into Byzantine secular music, with the tambourine and cymbals providing rhythmic accompaniment to dance and ceremonial events. In military contexts, horns and trumpets were used for signaling, while flutes and other instruments were often heard during festivities. Though the Byzantine Empire may have been conservative in its embrace of musical instruments in the religious sphere, the secular world saw a rich tapestry of instruments that added vibrancy to both daily life and grand celebrations. The blending of these sounds, both sacred and secular, helped define the musical landscape of the Byzantine era. The legacy of Byzantine music in Eastern Orthodoxy. The legacy of Byzantine music in Eastern Orthodoxy is profound and enduring, shaping the musical and liturgical traditions of the Orthodox Church for over a millennium. The rich, distinctive sound of Byzantine chant continues to be a central element in the worship practices of Eastern Orthodox Christians around the world. From its origins in the Byzantine Empire, this music has transcended time and geography, preserving the theological and spiritual essence of the Byzantine liturgy while adapting to the unique cultural contexts of modern Orthodox communities. One of the most significant aspects of Byzantine music's legacy in Eastern Orthodoxy is its focus on theology through sound. In the Byzantine Church, music was never merely an artistic expression, but a means of elevating the soul to the divine. The chant, with its monophonic melodies and modal structure, remains a powerful tool for conveying the sacred messages of the liturgy. Its simplicity and contemplative nature continue to foster a sense of awe and reverence during services, providing the faithful with an experience of the divine that transcends the ordinary. Byzantine music also played a key role in preserving the unity of the Orthodox faith. The Byzantine chant, passed down through generations and maintained with strict adherence to tradition, helped to maintain consistency in liturgical practices across the vast regions of the Byzantine Empire and beyond. This unity is still evident today, as the musical traditions of the Byzantine Church, despite regional variations, remain remarkably consistent. The musical notation system, developed by Byzantine scholars, ensured that the sacred melodies of the Church were preserved, even during periods of political upheaval and cultural change. The influence of Byzantine music extends beyond the liturgy itself, impacting the wider cultural and artistic landscape of Eastern Orthodoxy. The relationship between music and iconography in the Byzantine Church exemplifies this deep connection between visual and oral worship. Both music and iconography served as vehicles for expressing divine truths, inviting the faithful into an experience of the sacred. The harmony between these two forms of art continues to define the spiritual environment of Orthodox churches, where the sounds of Byzantine chant and the imagery of icons combine to create a holistic worship experience. The survival of Byzantine music in Eastern Orthodoxy is not just a testament to its beauty and artistry, but to its spiritual depth and theological importance. Despite changes in the broader musical landscape, Byzantine chant remains at the heart of Orthodox worship, carrying with it the spiritual legacy of the Byzantine Empire. Its influence can be felt in the liturgies of the Orthodox Church worldwide, where its haunting melodies continue to draw the faithful closer to the divine. Through this legacy, the timeless beauty of Byzantine music endures, serving as a living link to the past and a vital part of the ongoing life of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Chapter 10: The Spread of Byzantine Art to Other Cultures. Byzantine art, renowned for its distinctive spirituality and mastery of iconography, mosaics, and architecture, spread far beyond the borders of the Byzantine Empire, influencing numerous cultures and artistic traditions across regions. This diffusion took place primarily through religious expansion, trade, and political alliances, and the art was adopted and adapted by various civilizations, leaving a lasting impact on their visual cultures. One of the most significant ways Byzantine art spread was through the missionary work of the Eastern Orthodox Church. As Christianity spread across Eastern Europe and Russia, Byzantine artistic styles were introduced and became deeply embedded in local cultures. The conversion of Kievan Rus in the 10th century, for instance, led to the establishment of Byzantine-style churches and the adoption of Byzantine iconography and mosaics in Russian and Slavic religious art. Churches were often built in the Byzantine architectural style, with domes and vaulted ceilings, and richly decorated with icons, which became integral to worship. The Serbian and Bulgarian Orthodox churches also adopted Byzantine religious art, with local artists incorporating these traditions into their own works, preserving and transforming them over time. The Byzantine influence on Islamic art was also profound, especially in areas that had once been under Byzantine control. Regions like Syria, Palestine, and Anatolia inherited elements of Byzantine architecture, particularly the use of domes and arches in the construction of mosques and palaces. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem is a notable example of how Byzantine designs were incorporated into Islamic architecture. While Islamic art generally refrained from depicting human figures, Byzantine mosaic techniques still influence the decoration of religious buildings. In turn, Byzantine religious icons were reinterpreted in the Islamic world, which had a profound impact on the arts of Central Asia and Persia. The spread of Byzantine art to Western Europe was similarly influential, particularly during the Middle Ages. As the Roman Empire declined and Christianity spread throughout Europe, Byzantine styles influenced the early Christian art of Italy, especially in Ravenna, which became a major center of Byzantine art. The Basilica of San Vitale in Ravenna, with its stunning mosaics, became an important model for Western churches. In addition, the Romanesque style in Western Europe, which emerged in the 11th century, drew inspiration from Byzantine mosaics, frescoes, and the use of the arch and dome in architecture. Ultimately, the spread of Byzantine art across different cultures not only shaped the visual aesthetics of these regions, but also contributed to the broader dialogue between Eastern and Western artistic traditions. As Byzantine art was absorbed and reinterpreted by diverse cultures, it formed a common artistic heritage that helped bridge the cultural and theological gaps between the East and the West, leaving a lasting legacy that is still felt in the art and architecture of the modern world. Byzantine influence on Eastern Orthodox art. The Byzantine Empire, with its rich artistic tradition, played a pivotal role in shaping the visual culture of the Eastern Orthodox Church, influencing religious art that continues to define Orthodox worship today. As the center of Eastern Christianity, Byzantium's art and iconography were integral to the liturgical practices and theological expressions of the Orthodox faith. The Byzantine aesthetic, which emerged during the reign of Emperor Constantine, became deeply intertwined with Orthodox Christianity and its rituals, providing a foundation that was carried over to subsequent Orthodox cultures. One of the most profound contributions of Byzantine art to Eastern Orthodox art is the development and use of icons. In the Byzantine tradition, icons were not merely decorative, but were considered sacred objects with the power to connect the divine with the earthly realm. The detailed, symbolic nature of these icons became the hallmark of Orthodox religious imagery, with saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary depicted in a style that conveyed both spiritual transcendence and human intimacy. This iconographic tradition, rooted in Byzantine art, formed the backbone of Orthodox devotional practice, with icons serving as windows into the divine world during liturgical services. The theological importance of icons in the Eastern Orthodox Church was reinforced by the iconoclastic controversy of the 8th and 9th centuries, which resulted in the affirmation of the veneration of icons as central to Orthodox worship. The triumph of icon veneration solidified Byzantine iconography as a cornerstone of Eastern Orthodox spirituality. Orthodox churches from Russia to Greece to Serbia adopted the Byzantine style of icon painting, ensuring that the rich tradition of sacred imagery remained central to Orthodox religious life. Byzantine influence also extended to architecture within the Eastern Orthodox world. The Byzantine church layout, characterized by its central dome and the use of arches and mosaics, became the model for Orthodox church design. The Hagia Sophia, with its majestic dome and intricate mosaics, served as the archetype for many Orthodox churches in the centuries that followed. This architectural style emphasized the divine nature of worship spaces, designed to evoke awe and direct the mind and spirit toward the heavens. Furthermore, Byzantine manuscript illumination and calligraphy profoundly influenced Orthodox Christian texts. Byzantine illuminated manuscripts, often containing religious texts, were richly adorned with gold leaf, vibrant colors, and elaborate borders. These illuminated works became standard models for Orthodox Christian texts in areas like Russia and Bulgaria, where local scribes maintained the artistic integrity of Byzantine methods. In summary, the impact of Byzantine art on Eastern Orthodox art is immeasurable, forming the aesthetic and theological foundation of Orthodox worship. From iconography to church architecture to manuscript illumination, the Art of Byzantium continues to shape the religious and artistic life of the Eastern Orthodox Church, preserving a spiritual legacy that has endured for over a millennium. The impact on Islamic and Western European art. Byzantine art, with its distinctive blend of spirituality, symbolism, and craftsmanship, had a profound impact on both Islamic and Western European art. While the contexts and beliefs of these cultures differed significantly from Byzantium, the artistic traditions of the Byzantine Empire were transmitted and adapted across regions, influencing the development of art far beyond its borders. In the Islamic world, the impact of Byzantine art is particularly notable in the regions that were once under Byzantine control or were geographically close, such as Syria, Palestine, and Anatolia. The influence of Byzantine architecture, especially the use of domes, arches, and vaults, can be seen in iconic Islamic structures such as the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem and the Great Mosque of Damascus. While Islamic art avoids the depiction of human figures in religious contexts, Byzantine techniques in mosaic decoration had a significant influence on the ornamentation of mosques and palaces. Additionally, some Islamic motifs and decorative elements, like arabesques and floral patterns, reflect Byzantine influences in their use of intricate patterns and abstract forms. The transmission of Byzantine art to the Islamic world also contributed to the development of the Byzantine-style manuscript illumination in regions such as Persia and Central Asia, where manuscript traditions began to adopt Byzantine techniques for decorative borders and lavish illustrations, even while maintaining Islamic themes. In Western Europe, the influence of Byzantine art was felt most strongly during the early medieval period. As the Roman Empire waned and Christianity spread through Europe, Byzantine visual culture became a vital reference point. One of the primary channels for this influence was through the missionary work of Eastern Orthodox monks who spread Christian teachings in places like Russia and the Balkans. The architecture of early Christian and Romanesque churches often borrowed elements from Byzantine models, such as the use of domes and mosaics, and this influence continued to shape church designs throughout the medieval period. The mosaics of Ravenna, for instance, which were created under Byzantine rule, had a lasting effect on Western art. The famed mosaics in San Vitale and other churches in the region became an archetype for religious decoration in Western churches. Byzantine manuscript illumination also had a significant impact on medieval European book arts. The richly decorated manuscripts, which were an essential aspect of Byzantine religious culture, influenced early medieval book production in Western Europe. The early Carolingian manuscripts and later Gothic book illumination incorporated Byzantine artistic elements, including gold leaf, intricate borders, and religious iconography, leading to a fusion of Eastern and Western traditions. In sum, the spread of Byzantine art to both the Islamic world and Western Europe left a lasting legacy. In the Islamic world, it influenced architectural forms and decorative arts, while in Western Europe, it played a pivotal role in shaping the early Christian and medieval artistic traditions, from church design to manuscript illumination. Byzantine art acted as a bridge between these different cultures, fostering an artistic dialogue that enriched both. The transmission of techniques and motifs. The transmission of artistic techniques and motifs from the Byzantine Empire to surrounding cultures played a pivotal role in shaping the visual arts in both the Islamic and Western European worlds. As the Byzantine Empire's influence spread through its political, religious, and cultural reach, its art and craftsmanship left an indelible mark on the development of visual culture in various regions. This exchange occurred through a variety of channels, such as trade, diplomatic relations, and the spread of Christianity, with Byzantine motifs and artistic techniques being adopted, adapted, and reinterpreted by other civilizations. One of the most notable aspects of Byzantine art that was transmitted to surrounding regions was its iconography. Byzantine religious imagery, including the depiction of saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary, established a visual language that transcended the borders of the empire. This iconographic tradition was carried to the Islamic world and Eastern Europe, where it was incorporated into local religious practices. The mosques of the Islamic world, although not typically depicting human or divine figures due to religious prohibitions, were often adorned with abstract patterns and geometric designs that echoed the ornate mosaics of Byzantine churches. The intricate patterns and ornamental motifs used in Byzantine mosaics influenced Islamic art's emphasis on symmetry and decoration, such as the arabesques that became characteristic of Islamic architecture and decorative arts. In Western Europe, the transmission of Byzantine techniques and motifs was particularly evident in medieval art. Following the decline of the Western Roman Empire, Byzantine craftsmanship, especially in mosaic work, manuscript illumination, and architecture, became a standard for early Christian and medieval artists. Byzantine mosaics, with their radiant use of gold leaf and vibrant colors, influenced the design of churches in places like Ravenna and Rome, where Byzantine-style mosaics adorned the walls of early Christian basilicas. These mosaics typically depicted biblical scenes and saints, following the Byzantine aesthetic of spiritual abstraction rather than realistic human forms. The transmission of manuscript illumination from Byzantium also had a profound influence on medieval European book art, as Byzantine manuscripts, lavishly decorated with gold, vivid colors, and detailed iconography, inspired illuminated texts in the West. Another important aspect of Byzantine art that traveled beyond its borders was the architectural style, particularly the use of domes and arches. Byzantine architects perfected the use of the dome to create awe-inspiring interiors that evoke the celestial realm, and this influence can be seen in the churches and mosques built in the Islamic world and Eastern Europe. The dome of the Hagia Sophia served as a model for many later structures, influencing the architecture of the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Orthodox Church, among others. In summary, The transmission of Byzantine artistic techniques and motifs to other cultures was a dynamic process that enriched the art of the Islamic world, Western Europe, and beyond. By way of religious missions, trade routes, and cultural exchange, Byzantine art's emphasis on abstraction, ornamentation, and spirituality found new life in the visual arts of distant lands, creating a lasting legacy that transcended borders and eras. The role of trade and diplomacy in artistic exchange. Trade and diplomacy were vital conduits through which Byzantine art and artistic techniques spread to neighboring cultures. The Byzantine Empire's strategic location, bridging Europe and Asia, placed it at the crossroads of several important trade routes, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and artistic practices. Over the centuries, Byzantine art moved beyond its borders, influencing both Islamic and Western European artistic traditions, while simultaneously absorbing external influences that enriched its own visual culture. One of the most significant ways in which Byzantine art spread was through trade networks. As a hub of commerce, Byzantium exported luxury goods such as silk, glassware, pottery, and metalwork, all of which were highly coveted in surrounding regions. Along with these material goods, Byzantine artistic styles, particularly those associated with religious icons, mosaics, and manuscript illumination, were transported through the Silk Road, Mediterranean trade routes, and overland exchanges. For example, the Byzantine influence on Islamic art can be traced through the trade routes that connected the Byzantine Empire to the Islamic caliphates. While Islamic art prohibited the depiction of human figures, the ornamental motifs and geometric patterns seen in Byzantine mosaics and textiles had a lasting impact on Islamic architectural decoration and crafts. The role of diplomacy in the exchange of artistic practices cannot be overstated. Throughout its history, Byzantium maintained diplomatic ties with various powers, including the Persian Empire, Arab states, and later the Holy Roman Empire. These diplomatic relations fostered cultural exchanges, with artistic practices and techniques being shared between the courts of Byzantine emperors and foreign dignitaries. For instance, Byzantine diplomats often served as mediators between the East and West, and through these interactions, Byzantine art influenced both Islamic and Western European styles. Byzantine icons, for instance, were highly prized, and the art of icon painting spread to Russia, where it became central to Russian Orthodox practice. Additionally, the intricate Byzantine mosaics, seen in places like Ravenna, were transmitted to Western Europe through diplomatic and trade networks. Byzantine artisans also took part in workshops that attracted foreign patrons, often offering their expertise in luxury items such as gold jewelry, enameled objects, and finely crafted textiles. Through these interactions, the techniques of Byzantine goldsmithing and enameling were passed on to other cultures, and Byzantine artists themselves were influenced by artistic traditions they encountered through diplomatic channels. In conclusion, the transmission of Byzantine art was deeply intertwined with trade and diplomacy. These factors allowed Byzantine artistic styles and techniques to spread far beyond the borders of the empire, reaching the Islamic world, Western Europe, and Russia. As a result, Byzantine art was both a conduit for cultural exchange and an agent of artistic influence, shaping the development of art in regions as distant as Spain, Persia, and Central Asia. Byzantine art in the Slavic world. Byzantine art played a central role in shaping the artistic traditions of the Slavic world, particularly after the establishment of Christianity among Slavic peoples in the 9th and 10th centuries. The process of Christianization was a key turning point, and as the Slavic kingdoms converted to Christianity, they turned to Byzantium as both a spiritual and artistic model. Through missionary work, trade, and diplomacy, the artistic legacy of Byzantium spread throughout the Balkans, Russia, and other Slavic regions, leaving an indelible mark on their visual culture. The arrival of Christianity in the Slavic world was marked by the work of the Byzantine missionaries. Saint Cyril, and Methodius, who developed the Cyrillic alphabet and translated liturgical texts into the Slavic languages. This allowed for the adaptation of Byzantine religious practices and iconography within Slavic communities. As a result, Byzantine icons, which had long been central to the religious life of the Eastern Orthodox world, became an essential part of Slavic spiritual culture. The style and themes of Byzantine icons, with their spiritual abstraction and use of golden backgrounds, influenced the way saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary were represented in Slavic iconography. This religious art not only guided religious devotion, but also served as a means of cultural identity for newly Christianized Slavic peoples. Byzantine mosaics and frescoes also had a profound impact on Slavic religious architecture. In regions like Kievan Rus, modern-day Ukraine and Russia, Byzantine artists were invited to create intricate mosaics and frescoes for newly constructed churches. These works adhered to the Byzantine style, featuring large-scale religious narratives and depictions of holy figures in a symbolic and hierarchical manner. The most famous example of this influence is found in the Church of Saint Sophia in Kiev, which boasts stunning Byzantine-style frescoes and mosaics. The use of domes, characteristic of Byzantine religious buildings, also became a key feature of Slavic church architecture, especially in Russia. These buildings were designed to symbolize the heavenly realm and often featured elaborate icon screens that separated the sanctuary from the congregation, further emphasizing the spiritual world. In addition to religious art, Byzantine metalwork and textiles also found their way to the Slavic world. Byzantine goldsmithing, particularly the intricate designs seen in religious jewelry and ceremonial objects, influenced the creation of similar items in Slavic courts. Slavic rulers, keen to align themselves with the prestige of Byzantium, commissioned works that mirrored the opulence of their Byzantine counterparts. Byzantine art continued to evolve in the Slavic world as it adapted to local tastes and traditions. In Russia, for example, the iconographic traditions were modified over time. Yet the Byzantine influence remained a foundational element of Russian Orthodox art. The spread of Byzantine art to the Slavic world not only shaped religious practices, but also contributed to the broader cultural and political identity of these emerging kingdoms. In summary, Byzantine art had a profound and lasting influence on the Slavic world, particularly in the realms of religious iconography, architecture, and metalwork. This artistic exchange laid the groundwork for the development of distinct Slavic artistic traditions that continue to reflect Byzantine principles while incorporating local elements, creating a unique fusion of East and West. Chapter 11. Decline and Transformation of Byzantine Art. The decline and transformation of Byzantine art occurred during the later centuries of the empire, as political, religious, and social changes began to reshape the visual culture of the Eastern Roman world. This period, spanning from the 12th century until the fall of Constantinople in 1453, witnessed the fading of the empire's former grandeur and the adaptation of its artistic traditions to new circumstances. While Byzantine art experienced some challenges, it also evolved and influenced new artistic movements that would have a lasting legacy beyond the empire's fall. The 12th century saw a flourishing of Byzantine art, particularly under the rule of Emperor Alexios I Komnenos and the Komnenian Renaissance, a period of cultural revival. During this time, Byzantine artists embraced greater naturalism and more varied color palettes in their icons and manuscripts. However, as the empire began to face external threats, including the Fourth Crusade and the rise of the Ottoman Empire, political instability had a direct impact on artistic production. Many imperial commissions dwindled, and the workshops of Constantinople saw a reduction in resources and patronage. The sacking of Constantinople in 1204 by the Crusaders marked a significant blow to the empire's artistic legacy, as the city's churches, palaces, and treasures were looted and destroyed. In response to these turbulent times, Byzantine art began to transform. By the 13th century, Byzantine icons became more stylized and symbolic, adhering to the traditional forms of earlier centuries, but incorporating subtle changes in color, composition, and form. While some regions of the empire, particularly in the Greek-speaking world, continued to produce icons and religious artwork in the Byzantine tradition, others, such as the Despotate of Epirus and Nicaea, developed their own regional variations. These new styles often blended Byzantine traditions with local elements, signaling the adaptation of Byzantine art in response to evolving tastes and political contexts. As the Ottoman Empire began to conquer Byzantine territories, the influence of Byzantine art shifted towards the east. While many Byzantine artistic traditions were preserved within the Orthodox Christian communities of the Ottoman Empire, the development of art in the Byzantine successor states, such as Moldavia and Wallachia, continued to reflect both the Byzantine aesthetic and the new cultural realities of their rulers. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 signaled the end of the Byzantine Empire, but Byzantine artistic influences continued to be felt in both Eastern Orthodox art and Renaissance art in the West, where it influenced the Italian Renaissance through the revival of classical forms. The transformation of Byzantine art also extended beyond religious works. Secular art, including miniatures, decorative arts, and architecture, gradually became less prominent in the wake of the empire's decline. While Byzantine art had largely been focused on religious subjects, the fall of Constantinople and the continued spread of Renaissance humanism led to a shift towards more secular themes in the art of the subsequent centuries. In conclusion, the decline and transformation of Byzantine art were marked by the empire's political instability, external invasions, and changing religious and cultural dynamics. Despite these challenges, Byzantine art adapted and influenced the broader cultural landscape, leaving a legacy that continued to inspire art in both the Orthodox Christian world and Western Europe. The art that emerged from this period, while reflecting the decline of an empire, also signified the resilience of a tradition that would endure long after the fall of Constantinople. The impact of the Crusades on Byzantine culture. The Crusades, spanning from the 11th to the 15th centuries, had a profound impact on Byzantine culture, both directly and indirectly. As the Crusaders advanced through the Eastern Mediterranean, their interactions with the Byzantine Empire led to significant political, religious, and cultural consequences that altered the course of Byzantine history. These military campaigns, which were initially aimed at reclaiming Jerusalem from Muslim control, brought about a complex relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Western Crusader states, with both periods of cooperation and intense conflict. The First Crusade, which began in 1096, marked the beginning of significant changes for the Byzantine Empire. Although the Crusaders' initial goal was to secure Christian holy sites in the East, the Byzantine Emperor Alexios III Komnenos saw an opportunity to strengthen his empire's position by supporting the Crusaders. He provided them with military assistance, but as the Crusaders advanced into Byzantine-controlled territories, tensions began to rise. The First Crusade resulted in the establishment of Crusader states in the Levant, most notably the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and this shift in power had both positive and negative effects on Byzantine culture. On the one hand, the Crusades facilitated cultural exchange between the Byzantine Empire and the West. As Western European knights and merchants came into contact with Byzantine civilization, they were exposed to the empire's wealth of artistic, architectural, and intellectual traditions. This exposure led to the transmission of Byzantine artistic techniques, particularly in mosaics, icons, and manuscript illumination, to Western Europe, influencing the art of the Italian Renaissance. Moreover, Byzantine scholarly works, including texts on philosophy, medicine, and astronomy, were introduced to the West, helping to shape the intellectual climate of medieval Europe. However, the Crusades also had a darker side for the Byzantine Empire. The most devastating moment came with the Fourth Crusade, 1204, when the Crusaders, diverted from their original mission, sacked Constantinople, the heart of the Byzantine Empire. The Crusaders looted the city, destroyed many of its treasures, and desecrated its religious sites. The fall of Constantinople to the Crusaders weakened the Byzantine Empire significantly, leading to the loss of control over vital territories and resources. This traumatic event not only marked the beginning of the empire's political decline, but also left an indelible scar on the collective memory of the Byzantines, who viewed the Crusaders' actions as a betrayal. Despite the fall of Constantinople, the Crusades left a legacy of enduring influence on Byzantine culture. The Byzantine Orthodox Church maintained its central role in religious life, even as the empire fragmented. The interaction with the Crusaders, particularly the Western demand for luxury goods, such as Byzantine silk and metalwork, also helped maintain the Byzantine economy, albeit on a smaller scale. Furthermore, the cultural exchange between the East and West continued through the transmission of Byzantine artistic traditions and the preservation of classical knowledge. In conclusion, the Crusades played a crucial role in both the preservation and transformation of Byzantine culture. They led to significant cultural exchange between the Byzantine Empire and the Western world, fostering the spread of artistic and intellectual achievements. However, the Crusades also inflicted severe damage to the Byzantine Empire, particularly through the sacking of Constantinople, which precipitated the empire's eventual collapse. Despite this, the Byzantine influence endured through the survival of its Orthodox Church and its artistic and intellectual contributions to the broader medieval world. The fall of Constantinople and its consequences. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 marks one of the most pivotal events in world history, signaling the end of the Byzantine Empire and the beginning of a new era. For nearly 1,000 years, the city of Constantinople had stood as the capital of the Byzantine Empire, a beacon of Christian orthodoxy and cultural achievement. Its fall to the Ottoman forces under Sultan Mehmed II not only led to the dissolution of the empire, but also set the stage for profound shifts in global politics, culture, and religious dynamics. The Siege of Constantinople, which began in April 1453, was a culmination of the Ottoman Empire's centuries-long expansion into Byzantine territory. Despite the Byzantine Empire's decline over the preceding centuries, the city of Constantinople remained a significant political and cultural center. The city's impregnable walls, renowned for their resilience, held out for weeks against the Ottoman forces. However, the Byzantines were vastly outnumbered, and they faced overwhelming odds, with few allies coming to their aid. The fall of Constantinople occurred on May 29, 1453, when the Ottomans breached the city's walls, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire. The consequences of the fall were far-reaching. Politically, it marked the end of the last vestige of the Roman Empire, which had endured for over a millennium. The Ottomans transformed Constantinople into Istanbul, a thriving center of the Ottoman Empire and a pivotal city connecting Europe and Asia. The Ottoman conquest also extended Islamic rule to the Eastern Mediterranean, drastically altering the religious landscape. While the Eastern Orthodox Church continued to function under Ottoman rule, the Roman Catholic Church's influence waned, and the Orthodox faith became more deeply intertwined with the Ottoman governance system. Culturally, the fall of Constantinople had significant ramifications. The city's rich collection of manuscripts, books, and artwork was either destroyed or looted, leading to the loss of countless irreplaceable treasures of Byzantine art and knowledge. However, the flight of Byzantine scholars to Western Europe also played a crucial role in the intellectual revival of the Renaissance. Many of these scholars brought with them valuable ancient Greek and Roman texts, which had been preserved in the Byzantine Empire. Their knowledge and manuscripts would inspire new humanist ideals and contribute to the flourishing of classical learning in Europe. In terms of art, the fall of Constantinople marked a turning point. While the Ottoman Empire continued to incorporate elements of Byzantine art and culture into its own visual language, many Byzantine artistic traditions, including iconography, mosaics, and manuscript illumination, began to decline in the wake of the empire's collapse. Despite this, these art forms would influence the Eastern Orthodox world for centuries and contribute to the formation of Slavic and Russian artistic traditions. In conclusion, the fall of Constantinople in 1453 was a catastrophic event for the Byzantine Empire, but one that had long-lasting global consequences. While it marked the end of an ancient empire, it also facilitated the transmission of Byzantine culture to the West, influencing the Renaissance and shaping the course of history. The transformation of Constantinople into Istanbul and the rise of the Ottoman Empire ushered in a new era of political, religious, and cultural dominance in the Eastern Mediterranean, while the memory of Constantinople continued to echo through the Orthodox Church and Eastern European art. The role of the Orthodox Church in preserving artistic traditions. The Orthodox Church played a pivotal role in preserving and shaping the artistic traditions of the Byzantine Empire, particularly after its political decline. While the empire may have fallen, the Orthodox Christian Church, with its deeply rooted cultural and religious influence, ensured that many Byzantine artistic traditions would continue to thrive in the Eastern Orthodox world. The Church became a central institution for the preservation of the visual and decorative arts, with religious imagery and sacred spaces remaining integral to both worship and community life. Iconography, a hallmark of Byzantine art, was tightly bound to the liturgical practices of the Orthodox Church. Icons, paintings or mosaics of holy figures, became the main visual medium for conveying religious messages and teachings. The Church not only preserved these artistic forms, but also set strict theological guidelines regarding their creation and use. Icons were not seen merely as works of art, but as sacred objects that facilitated a direct connection with the divine. The Orthodox Church's insistence on preserving these religious traditions led to the continued production of icons throughout the centuries, especially in monasteries, where icon painters followed long-established methods. Moreover, the Church's role in the continuation of Byzantine artistic traditions was not limited to iconography. The liturgical art in Orthodox worship spaces, including mosaics, frescoes, and decorative architecture, continued to flourish well beyond the fall of Constantinople. Churches were decorated with elaborate wall paintings depicting scenes from the Bible and the lives of saints. These artworks were designed to reinforce the theological teachings of the Church, allowing the faithful to visually engage with the sacred narrative. The Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, even after its conversion into a mosque, continued to inspire Orthodox Christian architecture and religious art for centuries. Monasteries, often located in remote regions, became centers of preservation for not just icons, but a broad range of Byzantine artistic traditions. Here, manuscripts were copied and illuminated, and sacred relics were safeguarded. The monks' devotion to religious art ensured that the Byzantine aesthetic remained alive even after the empire's political collapse. These monasteries also became the primary sites for the production of liturgical objects such as chalices, vestments, and altar cloths, which adhered to the traditional Byzantine style. The Church also provided a platform for the transmission of Byzantine artistic traditions to other cultures. As the Ottoman Empire spread its influence, the Orthodox Church played a crucial role in maintaining Byzantine artistic practices across Eastern Europe, particularly in the Slavic world and Russia. Russian iconography, for example, adopted and adapted the styles and techniques developed in the Byzantine Empire, helping to preserve these traditions for centuries. In conclusion, the Orthodox Church played a central role in preserving Byzantine artistic traditions. Through its dedication to religious iconography, sacred architecture, and the continuity of artistic craftsmanship, The church not only safeguarded the cultural heritage of the Byzantine Empire, but also ensured its enduring legacy in Eastern Orthodox Christianity and beyond. The church's commitment to visual representation of the sacred allowed Byzantine art to transcend political boundaries and continue to influence religious art for generations. The transition to post-Byzantine art. The transition from Byzantine to post-Byzantine art represents a complex and multifaceted shift that spans several centuries, shaped by various political, religious, and cultural changes in the regions once under the control of the Byzantine Empire. While Byzantine art did not vanish overnight, it gradually evolved as the empire's influence waned, and new artistic expressions emerged, particularly in the aftermath of the fall of Constantinople in 1453. Following the collapse of the Byzantine Empire, many of its artistic traditions were preserved and adapted by the Orthodox Church in the newly formed states of the Eastern Mediterranean, such as Russia, Serbia, and Greece. In these regions, Byzantine art continued to thrive, especially in the form of religious icons, frescoes, and mosaics. However, the political and social upheavals caused by the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople and the surrounding regions led to a gradual transformation in artistic forms and techniques. One of the most significant shifts was the introduction of Western Renaissance influences into Orthodox religious art. As the Ottoman Empire expanded, the Orthodox Christian world was increasingly exposed to the new artistic developments in Western Europe, including the use of perspective, more naturalistic human forms, and a greater emphasis on human emotion. These influences began to infiltrate Byzantine traditions, especially in painting. Artists began experimenting with more realistic depictions of the human figure, moving away from the more stylized spiritual iconography that had defined Byzantine art for centuries. In Russia, the post-Byzantine period saw a fusion of Byzantine iconography with local artistic traditions. The Russian Orthodox Church, a key heir to Byzantine religious art, continued to produce icons with the same theological focus on divine symbolism, but it also began to integrate the techniques of Western European painting, such as the use of light and shadow, to create a sense of depth and dimension. Additionally, the development of Russian icon painting was influenced by the introduction of new artistic materials, including oil paints, which allowed for a different approach to color and texture than the egg tempera traditionally used in Byzantine iconography. In Greece, the post-Byzantine period was marked by the Ottoman occupation, which brought about a unique fusion of Byzantine traditions with Ottoman and Western influences. While religious art remained central to Greek culture, new artistic movements emerged, including the Baroque style, which saw a heightened use of emotional expression and grandeur in religious art. The neoclassical period in Greece during the 18th and 19th centuries further moved away from the restrained, spiritual nature of Byzantine art, incorporating more secular themes and classical forms. In conclusion, the transition from Byzantine to post-Byzantine art was not a simple or linear progression. It was shaped by a confluence of cultural, political, and religious factors, including the decline of the Byzantine Empire, the influence of the Ottoman Empire, and the broader European Renaissance movement. Though Byzantine artistic traditions persisted, they were transformed, particularly in the Orthodox world, as new techniques and ideas were assimilated, leading to a rich and diverse artistic legacy in the post-Byzantine period. The lasting influence on modern Eastern Christian art. The legacy of Byzantine art has had a profound and lasting impact on modern Eastern Christian art, particularly within the realms of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Despite the political fall of the Byzantine Empire, its artistic traditions were meticulously preserved and transformed, continuing to shape religious art and iconography in the Eastern Christian world. This lasting influence can be seen in the iconography, liturgical art, and church architecture that remains central to the practices of the Orthodox faith today. One of the most enduring aspects of Byzantine influence on modern Eastern Christian art is the icon tradition. Icons, religious images of saints, Christ, and the Virgin Mary, remain the cornerstone of Orthodox Christian worship, and the methods of their creation have remained relatively unchanged over the centuries. The iconographic style, characterized by its symbolic use of color, form, and posture, is rooted in the spiritual emphasis of Byzantine art, where the goal was to convey the divine and transcendent, rather than the earthly. Modern Eastern Christian artists continue to adhere to the strict theological guidelines established by the Byzantine Church, ensuring that each icon not only follows established stylistic conventions, but also serves as a medium for spiritual contemplation and connection with the divine. The Orthodox Christian Church, particularly in Russia, Greece, and the Balkans, has been instrumental in preserving Byzantine artistic traditions, even as those traditions were influenced by the Western Renaissance and other cultural movements. The Church's focus on the sacredness of art has contributed to the ongoing creation of frescoes, mosaics, and altarpieces that follow Byzantine techniques. For instance, the process of fresco painting remains much the same, with the application of pigments onto wet plaster to create vibrant, long-lasting images on the walls of churches and monasteries. These works retain the spiritual symbolism and compositional structures of Byzantine art, even as they adapt to the specific needs and contexts of modern worship. Furthermore, Byzantine art's influence is evident in modern Orthodox church architecture. The designs of churches, often characterized by domed roofs, expansive interiors, and a focus on creating an atmosphere of divine presence, echo the grandeur of monumental Byzantine structures like the Hagia Sophia. The emphasis on creating a sacred space that elevates the spirit remains at the heart of modern Eastern Christian architectural design, from the grandiose churches in Russia to smaller village chapels across Greece and Serbia. In addition to the continuation of traditional forms, modern Eastern Christian art has also evolved, blending Byzantine traditions with contemporary artistic expressions. In some regions, this has led to a resurgence in contemporary iconography, where modern artists have adapted ancient styles and techniques to address present-day themes and concerns while still respecting the spiritual foundations of the Byzantine approach. In conclusion, the influence of Byzantine art on modern Eastern Christian art is both deep and multifaceted. From the production of icons and frescoes to church architecture and the preservation of sacred traditions, the Byzantine artistic legacy remains an essential and vibrant part of Eastern Christian religious life. Its profound impact on how faith is visually expressed continues to shape and inspire the spiritual and cultural identity of Eastern Christian communities around the world. Chapter 12, Rediscovery and Modern Appreciation of Byzantine Art. The rediscovery and modern appreciation of Byzantine art have been essential in reestablishing its significance within the broader context of art history and cultural heritage. For centuries, Byzantine art was often overlooked or misunderstood, as scholars and art historians focused primarily on the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome. However, the 19th and 20th centuries saw a growing recognition of the unique qualities of Byzantine art, culminating in its renewed appreciation in the modern era. The process of rediscovery began during the Renaissance, when Western European scholars and artists revisited the classical world and its artistic achievements. While they initially placed greater emphasis on Greco-Roman ideals, there was a slow but increasing recognition of Byzantine contributions, especially in the realms of religious art and architecture. The Renaissance revival of interest in ancient cultures laid the groundwork for later studies of Byzantine art, albeit through a somewhat critical lens that tended to view it as a decline from the classical tradition. It was during the 19th century that historians, archaeologists, and artists began to reassess Byzantine art more seriously, recognizing its distinctive features including its theological underpinnings, symbolic complexity, and spiritual focus. The fascination with Byzantine art was further fueled by the study of its material culture, such as its magnificent mosaics, icons, manuscripts, and architecture, which began to be excavated and studied more thoroughly. The discovery of the mosaics in the Hagia Sophia and other Byzantine structures, as well as the revival of interest in ancient manuscripts, allowed scholars and the public to see the incredible sophistication and beauty of Byzantine artistic achievements. As these works were more widely studied, it became clear that Byzantine art had a profound influence on both the medieval and early modern worlds, particularly in Eastern Europe and the Orthodox Christian world. In the 20th century, the modern appreciation of Byzantine art took on new dimensions with the rise of art conservation and restoration efforts. Many Byzantine works, particularly icons and mosaics, had been damaged over time due to political upheaval, war, and neglect. In the wake of the fall of Constantinople and the subsequent Ottoman occupation, many of these artworks had been abandoned or hidden. However, restoration projects, often undertaken by national museums and religious institutions, allowed many of these precious artifacts to be recovered and preserved. The meticulous conservation of Byzantine mosaics, in particular, has revealed the extraordinary detail and vibrancy of these works, underscoring their historical and aesthetic importance. In addition to the efforts of art historians and conservators, the globalization of the 20th century, with its increasing cross-cultural exchanges and interconnectivity, also played a role in fostering a deeper understanding of Byzantine art. Museums and exhibitions dedicated to the Byzantine period brought these works to international audiences, sparking further interest and appreciation. Today, Byzantine art is no longer viewed as an isolated tradition, but as an integral part of world art history, with scholars, artists, and the public acknowledging its enduring influence. In conclusion, the rediscovery and modern appreciation of Byzantine art has transformed it from a largely overlooked tradition into one of the most respected and admired periods in art history. Through scholarly research, conservation efforts, and global exhibitions, Byzantine art has been reestablished as a monumental cultural achievement that continues to inspire and influence contemporary artists, historians, and audiences worldwide. The revival of interest in Byzantine aesthetics. The revival of interest in Byzantine aesthetics can be traced back to the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as the cultural and intellectual climate shifted towards a renewed appreciation for historical art forms. This resurgence was influenced by several key factors, including the broader academic rediscovery of ancient cultures, the advent of modernist movements, and the increasing desire to understand the complexities of non-Western artistic traditions. As the Western world moved away from classical ideals and embraced new artistic directions, Byzantine art, long overshadowed by Greco-Roman traditions, began to be reevaluated for its unique contributions to both religious and secular visual culture. The late 19th century saw a wave of interest in the study of medieval and religious art, with scholars, archaeologists, and collectors looking beyond the Renaissance for inspiration. Byzantine art, with its distinct aesthetic and symbolic richness, began to attract attention from scholars such as John Ruskin, Augustus Welby Northmore Pugin, and others who recognized its spiritual depth and innovative techniques. These early scholars emphasized the importance of Byzantine art as a vehicle for understanding the religious worldview and the evolving relationship between art and faith. The early 20th century witnessed the blossoming of modernist movements that sought new ways of approaching form, color, and symbolism. Many artists, including those associated with the Art Nouveau and Symbolist movements, looked to Byzantine art for inspiration, especially its bold use of color, intricate patterns, and iconography. This period marked the beginning of a fascination with Byzantine mosaics, icons, and architecture, which became emblematic of spiritual and symbolic expression. Artists were drawn to the geometric precision and stylized forms of Byzantine aesthetics, seeing them as a departure from the more naturalistic approaches that dominated classical art. Additionally, the development of art history as an academic discipline in the early 20th century played a critical role in bringing Byzantine art into the spotlight. Researchers such as Erwin Panofsky began to analyze the religious and cultural significance of Byzantine imagery and its role in the development of Western and Eastern artistic traditions. Byzantine aesthetics, which had been considered rigid and formulaic, were now recognized for their iconographic complexity and their ability to convey profound theological and philosophical messages. Furthermore, the rediscovery of Byzantine architecture during this time, especially the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, began to stir renewed admiration for Byzantine engineering and design. The domed structures, mosaic-covered interiors, and spiritual symbolism of Byzantine churches were acknowledged as pioneering feats of design, influencing later architectural movements, including Renaissance and Baroque styles. In conclusion, the revival of interest in Byzantine aesthetics marked a turning point in the appreciation of this rich artistic tradition. The unique blend of spiritual significance, innovative techniques, and aesthetic beauty became more widely recognized, influencing both academic scholarship and contemporary art movements. Today, the legacy of Byzantine art continues to inspire artists, architects, and scholars, with its lasting impact on the visual and spiritual cultures of the modern world. The role of museums and collections. Museums and collections have played a pivotal role in the revival and preservation of Byzantine art, serving as custodians of a rich cultural heritage that spans centuries. The importance of these institutions cannot be overstated, as they provide both physical space and intellectual resources for the study, conservation, and public appreciation of Byzantine artistic achievements. Through their collections, museums have helped bridge the gap between ancient and modern perceptions of Byzantine art, facilitating deeper understanding and fostering a renewed interest in its unique characteristics. The establishment of prominent museums dedicated to Byzantine art, such as the Byzantine and Christian Museum in Athens, the Louvre Museum in Paris, and the Vatican Museums in Rome, has allowed scholars and the general public to engage with original works that were once scattered or hidden away due to political upheavals and cultural shifts. These institutions have become essential in preserving and showcasing Byzantine icons, manuscripts, mosaics, and ceramics, ensuring that these works remain accessible for generations to come. In addition to preserving physical artifacts, museums have also facilitated the academic study of Byzantine art by providing scholars with the resources necessary for research and analysis. Through specialized exhibitions, scholarly publications, and digital archives, museums have made Byzantine art more comprehensible to both art historians and a wider audience. Many museums also hold symposia and conferences, where experts come together to share their knowledge, explore new interpretations, and discuss the significance of Byzantine artistic traditions in the broader context of world art history. The importance of museums extends beyond mere preservation and study. As institutions that shape public understanding, they are responsible for curating exhibitions that highlight the enduring relevance of Byzantine art. Through the presentation of thematic exhibits, such as those focused on religious iconography, architectural design, or the symbolism of mosaics, museums educate visitors on the spiritual and cultural dimensions of Byzantine art. These exhibitions allow the public to see beyond the surface beauty of these works, encouraging a deeper exploration of their theological and historical significance. Furthermore, the role of private collections cannot be overlooked. Many collectors have contributed to the study and appreciation of Byzantine art by acquiring significant works and making them available for public viewing, either through loans to museums or through exhibitions of their own collections. These private endeavors have often provided the initial momentum for research projects and exhibitions, helping to fill in gaps in the knowledge of Byzantine culture. In conclusion, museums and collections serve as the bedrock for the study, conservation, and appreciation of Byzantine art. Through their work, these institutions have not only preserved precious cultural artifacts, but also helped recontextualize Byzantine art for modern audiences, allowing this once overlooked tradition to regain its rightful place in the broader history of art and culture. Conservation and restoration efforts. Conservation and restoration efforts have played a crucial role in preserving the legacy of Byzantine art, ensuring that these masterpieces continue to be appreciated and studied by future generations. The fragile nature of many Byzantine works, such as icons, mosaics, manuscripts, and frescoes, necessitates ongoing care to prevent deterioration from environmental factors, time, and human activity. Over the centuries, these efforts have evolved into specialized fields of expertise, combining traditional craftsmanship with modern scientific techniques to safeguard the cultural heritage of the Byzantine Empire. One of the primary challenges in the conservation of Byzantine art is the deterioration of materials. Many icons and frescoes are painted on wooden panels or walls with pigments that can fade, crack, or peel over time. Mosaics, often composed of delicate glass and gold tesserae, are subject to breakage, while manuscripts and book illuminations can suffer from the ravages of humidity, light exposure, and handling. To combat these issues, conservators use advanced tools and techniques, such as microfading tests to assess the effects of light on pigments, and laser cleaning to remove dirt and grime without damaging the surface. The use of non-invasive imaging technologies like X-ray and infrared spectroscopy allows for the analysis of underlying layers of artwork, providing valuable insights into the original techniques and materials used by Byzantine artists. Restoration efforts have also played an essential role in the revival of damaged works. Skilled artisans, often working under the guidance of conservationists, undertake delicate restoration projects that involve reconstructing missing portions of mosaics, carefully realigning displaced tesserae, or recreating lost sections of frescoes. These projects aim to respect the integrity of the original artwork while making it possible for viewers to appreciate the work in its intended context. The goal is not to recreate the art exactly as it was, but to stabilize and preserve its historical and artistic value for future generations. In many cases, museums and religious institutions have become central to the conservation and restoration process, housing both the artworks and the expertise necessary for their care. For example, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, has undergone extensive restoration to preserve its Byzantine mosaics and architectural elements, as well as to balance its role as both a museum and a functioning place of worship. In addition, the Byzantine and Christian Museum in Athens and other institutions house specialized conservation labs where Byzantine works are carefully studied, restored, and maintained. The global recognition of the importance of Byzantine art has spurred international collaboration among institutions, scholars, and conservators. Conferences, workshops, and shared restoration projects help exchange knowledge and foster a unified approach to preserving this invaluable cultural heritage. The work of conservators ensures that Byzantine art remains an enduring symbol of the spiritual and artistic achievements of the Byzantine Empire, continuing to inspire and educate audiences worldwide. Through these efforts, Byzantine masterpieces are protected from further damage, allowing them to be enjoyed and studied for centuries to come. The influence on modern religious art. Byzantine art has had a lasting influence on modern religious art, continuing to inspire both the Eastern Orthodox Church and other religious traditions around the world. The spiritual and aesthetic elements of Byzantine art have permeated various forms of religious expression, impacting the way sacred themes are represented in visual arts, architecture, and worship across cultures. From its emphasis on spiritual symbolism to its unique use of iconography, Byzantine art's legacy is felt in modern religious works, which often echo its reverence for divine beauty and the sacred. One of the most prominent aspects of Byzantine art's influence is its iconographic tradition, which has been maintained and adapted by the Eastern Orthodox Church. The tradition of icon painting, with its focus on depicting religious figures such as Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints in a stylized, symbolic manner, continues to shape how sacred images are created today. Modern Orthodox iconographers adhere to the ancient techniques and principles established by Byzantine artists, using similar materials like tempera on wood panels and adhering to specific compositional rules. These icons, often displayed in churches, remain a vital part of religious worship and are seen as windows into the divine, much like they were in Byzantine times. Beyond the Orthodox world, the influence of Byzantine iconography can be seen in the religious art of the Slavic and Middle Eastern traditions. Many Slavic Orthodox churches, particularly in countries like Russia, Serbia, and Bulgaria, retain the distinctive Byzantine style in their frescoes, mosaics, and icons. This aesthetic has contributed to the development of a rich tradition of religious painting that maintains the same spiritual and symbolic intentions, preserving the link between the ancient past and modern artistic expressions of faith. In the Western Christian tradition, the impact of Byzantine art can be seen in the early medieval period, particularly in the Romanesque and Gothic movements. Elements such as the use of gold leaf, the stylized depiction of saints, and the emphasis on spiritual symbolism were carried over into these later styles. Though these movements evolved in their own unique ways, the Byzantine emphasis on transcendent beauty and sacred imagery continued to influence the way religious subjects were approached in Western art. Moreover, contemporary religious artists have drawn inspiration from Byzantine motifs and techniques, often blending them with modern styles to create new forms of expression. This has led to a revival of interest in Byzantine aesthetics, particularly in sacred spaces, such as churches, chapels, and monastic environments. Artists today, working within both traditional and modern contexts, look to Byzantine art for guidance in creating works that elevate the spirit and communicate the divine. In summary, the enduring influence of Byzantine art on modern religious art is a testament to its spiritual and aesthetic power. Whether in the form of traditional icons or modern adaptations, the themes, techniques, and symbolism of Byzantine art continue to shape the way religious themes are explored and depicted, ensuring that its legacy remains alive in the visual expression of faith. Byzantine art in contemporary culture. Byzantine art, with its rich spiritual and aesthetic qualities, continues to exert a profound influence on contemporary culture, both within religious contexts and beyond. Though the Byzantine Empire fell centuries ago, the artistic traditions and symbolic language it developed remain alive and influential, resonating in a variety of modern artistic expressions. From the realm of religious iconography to the world of popular art and design, Byzantine art's visual language of symbolism, beauty, and transcendence has been adapted and reinterpreted in numerous ways. In the world of religious art, the Byzantine tradition, particularly its iconography, remains a central pillar of practice, especially within the Eastern Orthodox Church. Many contemporary Orthodox iconographers continue to follow the methods and aesthetics established by Byzantine masters, creating works that adhere to centuries-old techniques but speak to modern worshippers. The ritualistic aspect of icon painting, including its use of gold leaf, symbolic colors, and stylized depictions of saints, serves as a means to bridge the temporal and the eternal. In addition, Byzantine-inspired iconography is often featured in newer religious movements and denominations, with some artists seeking to reclaim the symbolic power and transcendence of ancient Byzantine imagery. The visual language of Byzantine art is also seen in the architectural world. Many contemporary architects, particularly those designing churches, chapels, and sacred spaces, have drawn inspiration from Byzantine structural forms and aesthetic ideals. The grand domes, intricate mosaics, and rich interior decoration typical of Byzantine architecture have found their way into modern religious buildings and public spaces, creating environments that seek to emulate the spiritual grandeur and solemn beauty of the Byzantine Empire. Churches built today, especially in Eastern Europe and Russia, often feature domes and a deep reverence for light, following in the footsteps of iconic Byzantine buildings like the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. Beyond religious contexts, Byzantine art has found new relevance in contemporary visual culture. Artists working in various media, from painting to graphic design and fashion, often look to Byzantine iconography for inspiration, particularly for its vivid color schemes, use of gold and precious materials, and religious symbolism. This influence is particularly visible in the world of art and fashion, where Byzantine motifs such as intricate patterns, gold details, and religious iconography are incorporated into contemporary clothing and accessories. In addition, the revival of Byzantine-inspired themes can be seen in visual arts, where some contemporary artists embrace the style and message of Byzantine icons as a way to comment on current societal and spiritual concerns. Moreover, popular culture has embraced Byzantine aesthetics in a variety of ways, from video games to films, where the dramatic and otherworldly nature of Byzantine art's spiritual and mystical imagery is often referenced. In some ways, the evocative power of Byzantine art's stylized forms, rich symbolism, and transcendental quality continues to capture the imagination of modern audiences, providing a sense of awe and mystery. In conclusion, Byzantine art's impact on contemporary culture remains significant, continuing to shape religious, architectural, and artistic practices around the world. The enduring beauty and symbolism of this ancient art form provide a bridge between the past and the present, keeping the spirit of the Byzantine Empire alive in modern culture. Chapter 13, Conclusion. Byzantine art, with its intricate symbolism, profound spirituality, and unique aesthetic, remains one of the most influential artistic traditions in history. Emerging from the heart of the Byzantine Empire, it evolved into a powerful visual language that communicated theological ideas, cultural identity, and imperial power. Despite the fall of Constantinople and the decline of the empire, the legacy of Byzantine art continues to shape religious and secular art forms across the world today. At the core of Byzantine art is its deep connection to Christianity, particularly through the creation of icons, mosaics, and religious frescoes. These artistic forms were not simply decorative. They were meant to elevate the spirit and provide a means for communion with the divine. The emphasis on symbolism, divine presence, and the eternal was central to the Byzantine approach to art, marking a sharp departure from the classical naturalism of earlier Greek and Roman traditions. This focus on spirituality rather than the material world transformed art into an act of worship, with artists working under the guidance of the Church to create works that spoke directly to the soul. The role of iconography in the Byzantine tradition was pivotal, as it provided a framework for portraying the divine and human worlds in a manner that transcended physical reality. Icons, mosaics, and frescoes were all designed to express theological truths through carefully considered symbols, colors, and compositions. These works did not seek to depict reality as it was seen, but instead to offer glimpses of the heavenly realm, leading the viewer towards spiritual enlightenment. Byzantine art's influence extended far beyond the borders of the empire, reaching the Slavic world, the Islamic world, and even Western Europe. The transmission of Byzantine artistic techniques, along with its emphasis on religious imagery, has been a key factor in shaping the art of many other cultures. From the spread of iconography to the incorporation of Byzantine architectural elements in churches, its artistic legacy is woven into the cultural fabric of numerous regions, ensuring its survival through centuries. In the modern era, the resurgence of interest in Byzantine art has led to a renewed appreciation for its beauty, craftsmanship, and spiritual significance. From the conservation of ancient manuscripts and icons to the revival of Byzantine architectural elements in contemporary buildings, the impact of Byzantine art continues to inspire artists, architects, and religious communities alike. In conclusion, the enduring legacy of Byzantine art is a testament to its ability to transcend time and place, maintaining relevance in both religious and secular contexts. It serves as a reminder of the profound connection between art and spirituality and the lasting power of visual culture in shaping human experience across generations.